very excited to have our District 20 delegation here with us this evening. Every year we go through this process where the City Council develops its legislative priorities, and we have an opportunity. And I don't know how many other municipalities have a similar opportunity to sit down with their state delegation collectively to discuss city legislative priorities, but also to hear from our delegates around their priorities and the ways in which we may be able to work in partnership going forward during the upcoming legislative session. So I want to thank our guests this evening, part of our district, our entire District 20 delegation. We really appreciate you all taking time out to speak with us today, and definitely look forward to the discussion. And just as a reminder, because we do have residents in the audience, our entire delegation is here. Delegate Wilkins, Delegate Moon, Delegate Charkoudian, as well as Senator Smith. And so just a little run of show for this evening. We are going to start with public comments, and this is an opportunity for our District 20 residents and organizations to inform the delegation of needs and your priorities. We'll then have a presentation from the Takoma Park City Council where we walk through our legislative priorities, followed by an opportunity for the delegation to provide comments either in response to the comments that we've received from the audience or the council's priorities. And then we will just have a quick opportunity to just speak freely about some of the things that were discussed and bring the meeting to a close. As a reminder for residents as well, those that may be watching, after a quick break, we will then reconvene and the City of Takoma Park will have its normal city meeting. So this is a special meeting for the purpose of engaging with our District 20 delegation. And so with that, we are, just as a reminder, in light of the time and the fact that we do have another meeting after this, we are limiting public comments to a total of 30 minutes. However, each commenter will have the 3 minutes to provide any comments. So with that, do we have any residents in the audience that have any comments for our District 20 delegation? Come on down.
Good evening, all. Wonderful to see you again. My name is David Reed. I currently serve as the president of the Long Branch Sligo Community Association, on whose behalf I'm speaking to you this evening. So I'd like to thank the D20 delegation for their thoughtful and sustained engagement with members of our association for the past several years. You have generously contributed articles to our newsletter. You have shared your analysis of key issues before the legislature, and you have responded time and again to requests for support and information from our community. And we certainly look forward to continuing our collaboration because in reality, your presence and your words actually bring that distant world of Annapolis to our front yards and the kitchen tables. I'd also like to underscore the appreciation of our association for the Renters and Homeowners Property Tax Credit, HB 44, that was introduced earlier this year, earlier legislative session. The bill obviously would promote urgently needed housing stability for many families in our community. I hope that I misunderstood suggestions that the D20 delegation may not reintroduce the bill in 2025. And yes, of course, I'm aware of the fiscal constraints and challenges that the state of Maryland is facing at this time, and it's impossible to ignore the potential impact of government layoffs promised by the incoming administration. That said, tax burdens on seniors and renters in Takoma Park are proving increasingly difficult to stave off. Discussions of undesired residential relocation driven by housing insecurity is no idle discussion among my neighbors. So despite the potential hesitation, I strongly encourage you to reintroduce the bill in the coming session. I would, however, suggest that the D20 file a bill that adjusts the current income and net worth criteria to account for inflation using numbers recommended by Elizabeth Wallace. I'm not sure I understand why the city government might withdraw its support for this urgently needed bill and the legislative priorities it intends to submit to the D20 delegation. This seems particularly perplexing when the city has recently granted important tax credits to developers promoting market-based housing. Why not try to find ways to extend the same type of tax credit to renters and senior homeowners in our city? In any event, please know that my neighbors have expressed their strong support for this proposal and that we look forward to working with you to promote this and other initiatives that you may bring forward in the coming legislative session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments? Come on down.
Hello, I'm Priscilla Labovitz. I live in Ward 1. Two things, but not relevant to District 20 people, so you can snooze. I think it's time that Tacoma Park City Council started meeting in Ward 6 at the Tacoma Park Recreation Center. This has happened before, but it needs to be on a regular basis so as to involve the people who live in the wards that are closest there. So I'm suggesting a regular, perhaps monthly meeting there. That's my first point. The second one is that there is no bus between the Tacoma Park Recreation Center and here. They're near the temporary library, but they're nowhere near the municipal heart of this community, and nor the library to be, nor the police department or their children's elementary schools. Many of them do not have cars, and in order to get from the rec center area here, they have to take two different ride-on buses. I've been talking with ride-on people who are reimagining ride-on, but they're still imagining it, and nothing has happened for a very long time. And I would like for the city to step up and do it on, and do it for the city, not just my speaking on behalf of the Friends of the Rec Center or some other things that I do in that area. We need some muscle and some purpose expressed by the community. So I'm asking you to push that as something important to the community, not just to, because those people need to participate. I took a class here in the community center, and there were several people from Ward 6 who would miss classes because one or the other bus was late, or they couldn't make the bus on time. And this is, other than the rec center, this is where everything in the city happens. So do what you can, please.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other public comments this evening for District 20 delegation?
Hi. I'm glad to see the coordination between, our city and the state representatives. It's really a very positive sign. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I live on Woodland Avenue. And I'm here tonight to really ask for state legislation. Perhaps it could also be supplemented by help from Tacoma Park, but it's going to require, I think, a substantial sum of money. And it's really a statewide issue. It's a question of the onslaught that I'm afraid we're going to face starting with the new administration at the end of January, in terms of the effort to deport thousands, apparently according to their goals, millions of undocumented immigrants. And as we all know, we have a lot of undocumented immigrants here in Tacoma Park. Several years ago, I was part of an effort under Trump 1 to try to make sure that we kept our sanctuary city designation. But now we're looking at really a whole different tsunami that may be hitting us. And what I'm proposing is that there be a fund for legal services for indigent, undocumented immigrants who are faced with deportation immediately. I mean, this is something that unfortunately may hit us right away. And there is a state, as you may know, the Maryland Access to Justice Commission. I'm not sure I'm hoping that they would support this, maybe come up with helping phrase legislation. But the main ask will really be for a fund to be set up. Details need to be worked out. But there could be thousands of people in Tacoma Park and certainly statewide who are going to be faced with this need. And being a state with a blue legislature, a blue governor, et cetera, we are in a position where we could provide some kind of shield or obstacle to prevent these deportations from happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Do we have any other public comments this evening for our District 20 delegation?
Hi, good evening. This is mainly for the District 20 delegation, but this problem is well known by the council and the mayor. My name is Harvey Kincaid. I live at 1306 Erskine Street in Tacoma Park, Ward 6. Your presence here is timely, Delegate Moon. I've been talking to Christopher Daniel, your Chief of Staff, Delegate Charkoudian. I've heard back from Rose Stutz, your Chief of Staff. Will Smith, Senator Smith, I've contacted you by phone. I have not followed up. I've not heard back, and I will be following up with Delegate Wilkins. My concern is the traffic that is occurring as a result of Purple Line construction along New Hampshire, Riggs Road, University, and the adjoining city streets. Erskine Street, as I understand it, has been the city's busiest street. I think that right across the street, Wildwood, that is also being used as a cut-through, probably takes that title now. I think 4 years ago, we had a traffic study done, and there were 10,000 cars going down our street in a week. I think that count over on Wildwood is something like 15,000 cars on residential streets in a week. The problem is clearly that traffic is not moving fast enough on the state controlled streets, primarily New Hampshire. Riggs Road has been an alternative, I think, for a long time, but it goes from 3 lanes into 1 lane north of University, and that creates a separate bottleneck. There are going to be some upcoming changes at Carroll, I understand, where people will not be able to cut through and turn from Carroll onto University to head towards the interstate. And I think that that's probably going to start affecting our neighbors on Flower Avenue. In short, I'm going to request that you come look at the problem firsthand. You know, ride that K6 bus, ride that number 16 bus, look at the traffic that is on New Hampshire between the hours of about 4 and 7. It is a nightmare. The number of cars turning from New Hampshire onto Wildwood, the city has made its best efforts to try and control that, but any given day, there are a line of 20 cars easily going there and more lining up to go down these streets. I am even seeing what I think is Purple Line construction contractors driving down my street, trucks driving down our street, even though we have no trucks that are supposed to go down the street. One solution is to open up Sligo Creek Parkway. That's been discussed on our listserv, and I'd like the council and the delegation to look into that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments this evening for the D20 delegation?
Hi, Buddy Daniels, and I was a precinct chair of 1321, which is the Democratic precinct chair, 1321, which is Tacoma Park Junior High School, and then the middle school from 85, not 1885, but from 85 to 2016, and have been working the election since 2016. I want to thank the District 20 delegation for your efforts, your communications, especially with everybody in this area, and communications with me. I want to especially thank your staffs, everyone's staffs, for their well wishes after I let them know I had the pneumonia in September and would not be able to take a precinct. The good news is that I worked out at our front desk and coordinated with our city and the precincts during November 5th. And I had a blast, to tell you the truth. I had a good time working with everybody and making sure they knew where they were supposed to go and which precinct, because we had 4 precincts within a half mile of this facility, because 2 were voting up at precinct 1321 at the middle school, 1321 and 1367. It was quite a day, and a lot of people voted, and I think I made a lot of new friends too. And on another note, any way I can help to organize in whatever situation with my background, and whatever situation with especially what could be coming, what tsunami could be coming, certainly let me know. And right now I'm working with networking different groups that have sprung up in Tacoma Park. And I network the old-fashioned way through the telephone in my mouth, and just let people know about what different organizations exist, so they know about each other. And speaking of tsunamis, I just got an 8-foot surfboard, honestly, and I'm ready to ride again. So we'll go from there. But thank you so much for your efforts, certainly over the past years and for a number of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other public comments this evening for our District 20 delegation?
Yes,
Come on down, Fred.
thanks. Thank you. It's good to see all of you all in one place at the same time. It's kind of a small miracle. I'm going to talk about the very same thing that Mr. Kincaid was just talking to you about. And so I can abbreviate a little bit of what I wanted to say, but there's 2 aspects of what's happening with the Purple Line traffic changes, and which are all of this is temporary. Part of it is that with the closure towards the end of this month, the Purple Line people have said that the intersection of Carroll Avenue and University Boulevard is going to have to be closed. That means the concrete barriers down the middle. So that means people going north on Carroll Avenue, or northeast as it might be, are not going to be able to turn left and go north on University Boulevard, and they're not going to be able to go straight across to Carroll Avenue, which gets you over to Piney Branch. They're going to be forced against their will to turn right, which is the exact opposite way in which they want to go. So where all this is coming from is that Erskine, which Mr. Kincaid was just talking about, is the only street. If you live in Hillwood Manor, Erskine Street is the only way out going east or west once you get into that enclave. And so traffic on Riggs Road, which has its own problems, makes a left on Erskine, travels through past Mr. Kincaid's house, over across New Hampshire Avenue, and all of his traffic comes up Wildwood Drive and Glenside. Our police department this past year did a traffic count and found that on Wildwood, traffic had been running at a pace of about 17,000 cars per week. So if you figure out most of the traffic is Monday through Friday, most of it is the evening rush hour, that's where I live, and we've lived there since the mid-1980s. It's unbelievable. And again, this is just the reality. Partly it's temporary. Now, the other aspect is that Sligo Creek Parkway has been traditionally closed on Sunday for years for the purposes of recreation, but during the pandemic it was closed on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But right now, and since it's under the control of Parks and Planning and not the city, it's important to address this to you so that that road is fully open 7 days a week during all of this craziness that's going on for the next, who knows how many months it will be. It is also the only and the primary route from where we live to Holy Cross Hospital. And it's try to get to Holy Cross Hospital right now, which is the closest hospital to, is my time up by now? That's not surprising. I always talk too much. That has to be kept open. for that reason. So I'll stop there and say, whatever you can do to help this part of Tacoma Park survive through this period of weeks and months, it would be greatly helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments this evening for our District 20 delegation? Do we have any virtual comments at all? No? Okay, perfect. All right, well, thank you all so much for providing your comments this evening. We are going to transition to the City of Tacoma Park's legislative priorities. And I will say that some of the things that you heard from our residents are actually echoed in thank you very much, in the City Council's legislative priorities as well. Perfect. I'm just going to see if this works, and it does. Awesome. So we're just going to take a little bit of time to kind of talk through this council's legislative priorities. And I know that for some of you, this is maybe the first time that you've actually seen some of our newer council members who were recently elected. So just want to send congratulations to council members Schlegel, Landman, Wazek, and Gilbert. I keep messing it up. It doesn't help that my nose has this mask just like closing off my, it's a mess right now. So just wanted to highlight that we have 4 new council members on the council right now, and definitely I could speak for them all in saying that they all look forward to working with each and every one of you. So with that, we want to say thank you. So there has been a ton of work that you all have fought for our city. We've received thousands of dollars due to your advocacy. Not only have you pushed legislative actions that support our residents, but you've also brought valuable resources to the city, including $425,000 in legislative bond funds for our library renovation, $250,000 in funds in support of office space, supporting our mental health pilot program. And so tonight we're looking forward to walking through ways that we can continue to work together to not only advance our city priorities, but also to help partner with you all around some of the good legislative work that you all have been doing. Okay, so just as a reminder, the City of Tacoma Park established priorities that last from 2023 through 2025. And so these priorities are really just a tool that we use to guide policy and budget decision making and outlining strategies to work towards our desired outcomes as a community. And so on April the 12th, 2023, the prior council established and adopted its priorities. And so the priorities consist of 5 goals. One is advancing a community of belonging, making sure our community has a fiscally sustainable government. We want to make sure that our community is environmentally sustainable. We want to encourage community development for an improved and equitable quality of life for our residents, as well as engage and responsive service-oriented government. So tonight we're going to walk through ways that the District 20 delegation can help us with advancing these priorities through this legislative session. And I'm going to turn things over to Councilmember Honzak and Westlick to discuss our Advancing a Community of Belonging request.
Thank you, Mayor Searcy, and welcome to our delegation. It's great to see you all again. Our first priority is advancing a community of belonging. And this is going to get to some of the points that were brought up in the general public comments too. Considering the current political climate and pending fiscal challenges at all levels of government, we feel that it's more important than ever to support residents in need. And additionally, there is fear that pending policies at the federal level will put many of our residents at risk. Some here today have called possibly a tsunami but they may face life-altering changes like deportation, losing jobs, or discrimination. So in 2025, we are asking that the delegation continue advocacy efforts focused on immigrant rights and needs, including increasing access to services and protecting against mass deportation. Specifically, ensure that Maryland jurisdiction's law enforcement agencies do not participate in ICE 287G programs. Funds, as far as I know, those are protected so far, but if there are any other protections that are needed. Fund support services for residents facing deportation, such as funding legal services, family support, language support, and I'd like to acknowledge the resident of Ward 3 that spoke to this point. And also finally, to fight to protect data, very importantly, that organizations and local jurisdictions use to identify undocumented individuals. And it now pass to Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you. We also would like for D20 to continue advocating for equity in light of policies that might be considered at the federal level. Specifically, we would like you to protect residents from discrimination, such as affirming LGBTQ rights, in particular transgender rights for children and adults, and funding support for diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Asking to make sure to undergird and support the federal workforce as much as possible, and address the notification requirements that local jurisdictions must meet to remove restrictive covenants. I'm passing the discussion now to Councilmember Landman, who will walk through our fiscally sustainable government requests.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. So, like other communities similarly situated, the city of Tacoma Park is facing financial shortfalls that are due to inflation, to the lack of diversity that we have for revenue sources, and other external factors. So it's critical for municipalities and residents to have economic relief to the extent that this state can provide it for us. So we would like to encourage the D20 delegation to collaboratively explore potential sources of new revenue streams for revenue streams for municipalities, such as the authority to collect a sales tax or receive a percentage of sales tax that are collected in the jurisdiction, as well as the Maryland Municipal League's food and beverage tax, admissions and amusements proposal that they have put forward. We would appreciate your help to protect municipalities' access to highway user revenue reimbursements, which are very much needed here in Tacoma Park, and to support legislation to create more efficiencies in the state tax code, which would be a way to benefit working families. Let me turn the mic over to Councilmember DeBala to discuss our environmental sustainable community requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. So we come to you again to talk about environmentally sustainable community. Considering the uncertainty that's facing us at the federal level with funding and regulations, particularly funds for climate change mitigation, resiliency, and sustainability efforts, the city's been focusing on ways to partner with others to spread the money that's around a little further. But it's still not going to do what we needed to do. So we are asking for specific attention on your part to support legislation that focuses on building out electric charging infrastructure throughout the state, including here in the city, and funds for electrifying municipal and governmental fleets, to support funding and efforts to advance energy efficiency in buildings, such as the Better Buildings Act that's going to be introduced, and to third, support stormwater mitigation efforts, including funding and technical assistance that's geared to local government. I'm going to turn the discussion over to Council Members Schlegel and Gilbert, who will discuss our other priorities.
Yes, hello. I'm going to be beginning the discussion about community development for an improved and equitable quality of life. The City of Tacoma Park is committed to advancing its housing, economic development, and Vision Zero goals. However, to achieve these goals, we must have increased support at the state level. This includes more engagement with key stakeholders like SHA, as well as increased funding for vital programs such as the National Capital Strategic Economic Development Fund, the NED grants. So the city is asking you, our D20 delegation, to pass legislation that will better enable jurisdictions like ours to meet their Vision Zero goals, including lowering speed limits without expensive studies and stop sign cameras. We would also like for college campuses to be classified as school zones, Montgomery College, for example, given their high pedestrian footprint. And we also would ask you to support legislation that would prevent the concentration of liquor stores in marginalized communities by requiring local liquor boards to maintain data on the quantity, type, and location of liquor licenses issued, as well as take this data into consideration during the application review process. Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. So the city has been working pretty hard to advance housing, but the state plays a critical role in our efforts. We would love to see District 20 pass legislation enabling local jurisdictions to enact good cause eviction laws, support budget and legislative initiatives to significantly increase the stock of affordable housing, including housing for the missing middle and for people with disabilities. We would also like you to support legislation efforts to create a source of funds for multifamily buildings, rehabilitation, including condominium rehabilitation. Now the mayor will discuss the city's bond funding request for 2025.
Okay, well, we started by talking about the wonderful money that you brought in, and now we're going to ask for some more. So, you know, one of our important assets in the city truly is our staff. And so what we're asking for this time around is a request to help us with moving forward our public works building design and rehabilitation. One of the major things we want to make sure that we're able to do is to create a safe work environment for our workforce. And currently, the facility consists of multiple buildings. We were only able to afford to remodel one, which leaves other buildings on the campus lacking critical infrastructure like bathrooms. We currently have staff that are using porta potties, more work bays to do the things that they need to do, including like washing equipment and things like that, as well as office space. So we're requesting $500,000 to help us with moving forward with design work for the buildings and cost estimates that we would ultimately then be able to leverage for identifying other sources of funds to do the necessary build outs. And so with that, we are done with our presentation. And we are happy to answer any questions that you all may have around our legislative priorities and the things that we are thinking about in the city before we turn things over where you can talk about some of your priorities as well. So are there any questions for some of the things that we've brought up other than the deep sigh when we talked about the amount of money? You know, I always end with an ask. All right. Any comments for the council's priorities? Nope. All right. Awesome.
You can incorporate them into our general comments.
Sounds good.
Sufficient way to do it. Yeah.
Sounds great. All right. We're going to turn things over to you all. So who wants to go first to kind of talk through your priorities for the session? Excellent.
Well, good evening, everyone, and good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I remember during the caucus, I talked a little bit about this, but the historians are already calling 2024 the year of the small d democratic election. 195 countries in the world, 8.1 billion people, close to 60 countries have voted in the small d democratic sense this year, almost half the world's population. More people this year voted in some semblance of a democratic exercise with varying degrees of transparency, accountability, accessibility. I get that, but it's a pretty remarkable thing. And so from top to bottom here, I want to say congratulations to the folks that participated in the democratic process for the council, the folks that prevailed, and then the folks that also ran and contributed to the debate. So I just want to say congratulations. I'm looking forward to working with all of you moving forward, and I know the rest of the District 20 team is as well. Nationally, obviously, we had a significant setback, which has been alluded to several times here. That will have several, that has, I think, fundamentally changed a lot of what our posture is in Annapolis. And to being more of a protective and defensive posture. We can still make some significant strides forward, and I'll talk a little bit more about this. I think we're going to be better off as a state in Maryland after these 4 years. It's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult, but I think we're going to be better off, and I think we're well situated as a state to succeed under these conditions. But here are some of the challenges, which is a level set as we get into more of the specifics of what the next legislative session looks like. So for fiscal year, this current fiscal year, we've got a $1 billion shortfall. By next year, that's going to balloon to $2.7 billion. That's $1 billion for Medicaid, $500 million for the child care subsidy, and that's $1.2 billion for our state employees for their growth in terms of hiring new folks. We've got 11,000 people that the governor wants to hire for state government, and that includes that hiring and then also those pay raises and bumps. So we're facing a pretty steep fiscal challenge in Maryland. The blueprint for Maryland is going to be, there's money allocated for the next 2 years for that. And so we're safe there, but then you're going to have to reevaluate what we do for public education. And of the county's $7.1 billion budget, about 46% of that goes to public school education. So we're going to have to fundamentally think about how we go forward implementing that in the out years after those next 2 years. Our budget deficit is going to be $4.7 billion by 2028 if we keep on the current track. So that's kind of just to level set things. That in conjunction with, we talked about energy costs and savings. July 1st, it's estimated that there's going to be a 15 to 20% jump in energy costs. So in terms of your bills, your monthly bill. So we are facing some interesting and challenging fiscal challenges moving forward. That in conjunction with we want to make sure we move forward in protecting our immigrant population. We want to make sure that we are protecting access to reproductive health care and the like, unleashing new opportunities for housing. We still have a lot to do with regard to criminal justice reform. So we are, I think in Maryland, we've got a lot of challenges, but there are also significant opportunities to fortify and to make us a stronger state moving forward on the back end of these 4 years. And so looking forward to getting into more of the details and some of the policies that are going to be coming before us here, before me in the Judicial Proceedings Committee as chairperson of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. With regard to some of the policies, I think we're all aligned. Looking forward to helping you implement those things. For the capital budget, I think we can make some significant progress for your capital requests. I'm not saying we're getting all of it at once, but we are, for the capital budget, I think we can, there's a lot of leeway for us to work and succeed in that venture as well in the short term. So looking forward to the discussion and digging into more detail of what's going to be coming before the Judicial Proceedings Committee, but just really honored to be here. And I'm really honored to work with all of you. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much. Who wants to go next? Delegate Moon, you look excited to go.
Good evening, everybody. And I want to reiterate Senator Smith's congrats to the new faces that are here tonight, and welcome back to the returning faces. It's never easy to put yourself out there, so congratulations. And I do want to take a second, since I am a Ward 4 resident, just to one more time, even though he's not here, thank our outgoing City Council member, Terry Siemens, who spent decades really dedicating his life to the neighborhood and the community in his spare time when no one was looking. So I think it's important for us to all acknowledge the work of our departing council members also. So that's a shout out to Terry right there. So let me start very quickly with, as folks suggest, a doubling of what we're working on that dovetails with what the city and some of the folks here are asking about. And before I get to money, I want to start with values. And so on the immigration, trans, LGBT, the sort of populations that we're very concerned about at the moment, I just want to say the good there is some good news here from our years and years of work and our past experience with Trump on this, which is this is not our first rodeo. This is not our first fire drill. And so we really can say we've done so much to be ready for this moment. You all had a part in helping us lock down reproductive rights at the ballot, but before we did that, you saw efforts to lock down our healthcare records and to codify expanded access to healthcare services in Maryland. And we did all this, again, before we knew what was going to happen on election night. Likewise, with the immigrant population, the last go-around we had with the federal administration, we decided, and it was a controversial decision, but we decided to shut down all of the private county-run for-profit immigrant detention centers that were running in Maryland so that should a day come like what we're expecting now, there wouldn't be the capacity in the beds to fill with our neighbors. Likewise, there was a request from the audience for legal services funding. We did take the unusual step to start providing legal services for people facing some of these proceedings, again, during the last administration, and that funding has been continuing to this day. It's grant funding to some nonprofit organizations. I don't know what the volume increase for that, the reproductive funds we've put out there and other services will look like in the coming years, so there might need to be adjustments. But again, we have done some of this work already, and I know the Moore administration is racing forward with regs right now on our reproductive rights and transgender health care records so that they will not be subject to some of the negative actions that we are concerned about. So on to the money, unfortunately, as Senator Smith suggested, we are in for some tough times. There are a number of reasons for that, but the bottom line is we're facing $2 to $4, $6 billion budget shortfalls. All of our financing sources are weak. I appreciate the throwing some suggestions on the table for municipal revenue. We're going to try and do everything we can to protect your revenue streams, but I just want to give you a word of caution. The cities are looking for restaurant and beverage tax authorities, the counties. This county is looking for commercial property tax authorities. I've heard various other proposals from folks for various transportation-related fees. And if you add all of these requests up, it's a lot of stuff that ordinary folks will notice. And so all of this is going to have to be looked at comprehensively together before we pull the trigger on any one thing to look at how we systematically address this without putting too much of a burden on our existing residents. And I'll leave with this thought because it's the favorite topic of Tacoma Park Facebook group and listservs. But on housing, I would just say, the city put in its, and I noted the very careful wording, more housing on the state's land, and I will tell you, we will put some skin in the game, and we do intend to put a little more rigor towards putting the state's land to active use for solar siting, for housing production, and for other things. So some of our shortages, childcare, housing, our worker shortages, these are all intertwined concepts, but I do think it will start with some tough conversations about housing. So like I said, congratulations to all of you who made it here to this dais, and I will move on for my colleagues to speak and continue the conversation. So thank you again.
Great. Well, good evening. Thank you all for being here in person and virtually, and congratulations and welcome to the newly elected folks, and welcome back, and thank you for your service to this city, and really looking forward to working with all of you. I think Senator Smith and Delegate Moon gave good sort of general overviews, so I'll give one other overview piece that I think should be on people's radar, and then I'll talk about some of the specifics that we discussed and respond to some of the concepts. So I do think, and I know many people in Tacoma Park are concerned about and pay attention to issues of climate and energy. And so in addition to concerns that Senator Smith mentioned about energy prices going up, and that is tied to a number of things, top of which is the regional transmission organization's failure at planning. And I won't go into the details of that, but anyone who knows me knows I'm happy to do that on a personal note any other time. That the Regional Transmission Organization, which is PJM, that's responsible for our capacity markets and transmission planning, has just failed at many different pieces of their responsibilities. And so like everything's kind of come crashing down at once. So that's affected both the energy prices, but it also is affecting this challenge that we're in right now, where all of the clean energy that should have come online over the last several years has been backlogged at PJM. And so there's a real question about resource adequacy. Do we have enough generation now and coming online to meet the load? And so the difficulty with that is, and we're talking like in the next 3, 5, 7 years, so we're not talking about rolling blackouts next week. But the difficulty with that is that certainly it has pricing implications, and there's many people who are struggling to pay their energy bills right this second, never mind with increases. But there are folks who, as far as I'm concerned, mistakenly believe that building new gas plants and having the incumbent utilities, actually monopoly utilities, build new gas plants is the way around this. In fact, building new gas plants is not only a disaster for our climate goals, but having the monopoly utilities build them would be a disaster for ratepayers. It would lock us in. It would be the most expensive way to do it. It would lock us into to those plants and a rate of return that would be guaranteed to those utility owners. So that's a very real proposal that's sort of floating out there. And so it's really important that we pay attention to this question of how do we meet our predicted load growth in the state from a variety of sources, data centers being the most significant one. How do we meet that with clean energy? And it's not an easy answer, but I've spent a lot of time this year and working on models with Hopkins and industry and others, really trying to find a path that lets us meet our predicted load growth with clean energy and battery storage, so we stay on track for our climate goals and in a way that protects ratepayers. And that, I think, the energy piece is going to be another significant issue that gets discussed this year, and it's not going to be an easy one. So stay tuned on that one. On some of the local issues, I'll mention a number of things quickly, and then if folks have questions, I can come back to them. I do have the bill on stop sign cameras in school zones. The hearing was on Monday and generally went well, and we appreciate the support from the city, including Chief Duvall was able to testify at it. I also have the bill on alcohol density, and so the way it actually got drafted sort of funny. I've got amendments, but essentially what it will do is it will direct the liquor board to consider density and the public health and public safety implications of that density in deciding, among the other things that they decide, in other things that they consider in deciding whether or not to grant a new liquor license. I also want to, I'll talk about the Purple Line a little bit. So we're well aware, and I'll just say broadly, I'm a big supporter of the Purple Line being built. And the commitment I made since I was elected is that would work really hard for the communities along the Purple Line through the construction period. And we all know that there's been massive sacrifices made by people along the Purple Line and by businesses along the Purple Line, and those sacrifices are really benefiting the entire region, because the entire region is going to benefit from the Purple Line. And so I want to say sort of two things about it. One is that this team has done our best, and we can do better as we continue to engage with the community on what has really been a whack-a-mole game of like one disaster after another that we're asking the SHA and the Purple Line Transit Partners and everyone else to fix. I actually personally have taken on my running routes to be able to keep track of the Purple Lines. I run all the different parts of the Purple Line disaster. And I take pictures in the morning and I send them to the State Highway Administration. So I have in fact run and watched the backups on New Hampshire Avenue, very familiar with it. And we'll continue to, work with the community in the particular proposals that you have. I think because now our conversations are preparing for that the new detour that we have coming on Carroll and University. So please stay in touch with our offices. We're working on it, and we'll keep working on it, and keep, it's fine to keep harassing us, because then we just keep harassing them, but trying to find long-term solutions. The other thing, though, that I want to say about the Purple Line is I do have a bill. It still is a work in progress, but the goal of it is to have some sort of a recognition and restitution of sorts to communities along the Purple Line in the form of free ridership for some period of time, and or the businesses along the Purple Line in the form of free advertising. We're still working out the details, but I think it's important that we recognize that while we all will benefit from the Purple Line, there are those, as I said, who have paid the price, and I think it's important that the broader project and the state overall acknowledge that in some way with something, even if it's a symbolic, but the ridership and the advertisement and so on. I'll just mention quickly a few other things. One is on the economic justice side and the safety net services and so on. I do have a bill on hospital financial assistance, unemployment insurance, updating those. Updating the benefit levels. I'm working with some of the immigrant advocates on data privacy. As Delegate Moon said, we've made some progress on in some areas on the data privacy. There's a couple of other areas that it's important that we tighten up. And last, just because I know there's a lot of community members who have worked really hard on the food forest at Montgomery College and at the elementary school, and really grateful for those efforts. And I do have a bill to expand food forest into state DNR land and allow foraging. We have to change the law to allow foraging on those lands so people can actually engage and pick and eat the food forest. So I'm happy to take questions about any of those things or any other questions that come up.
Okay, thank you so much. Delegate Wilkins.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Delegate Janelle Wilkins, and it's wonderful to be here at our annual joint meeting. I want to thank the residents that came out and are also watching us online. I know we have probably a large viewing audience online as well to check out what we're talking about tonight. I share the congratulations to the new council members. The council has completely changed since this time last year, so congratulations to the returning members and the new members. We're excited to have years of partnership and progressive work together as we move the needle on the issues that we're talking about tonight. So thank you for your service. I also want to make sure I give a special shout out to Terry and Joy Siemens as well for their long-term service to this community. You will be missed, but you leave a legacy and have left the city better than you found it. So many thanks. Several months ago, many of us participated in a Juneteenth celebration that I really think about a lot as I consider one of the priorities around belonging. And I know that the Maple Community Association is looking to continue and build on that. And I just want to give kudos to the council and to the residents and the staff that helped make that happen. We're excited to support that again next year. And it was just a really amazing and meaningful opportunity to bring our community together and commemorate the really important meaning of Juneteenth. So special recognition to the Maple Community Association. Getting into your recommendations while also acknowledging the issues that were brought before us by the members of the community who spoke. Thank you for bringing those concerns before us, whether it's our immigrant communities as we move forward, whether it's access to the council and the renters and homeowners tax, traffic issues, which we continue to work on the various impacts of the Purple Line, whether it's our businesses that are struggling, that are located along the route, or these traffic challenges. We are continuing to work together as a team to address those really important issues that are impacting our residents and our business community. In response to several of the priorities of the Tacoma Park City Council, one of them being around our immigrant community, and there's the broader impacts that we expect that have quite frankly been outlined for us by the new administration. I share the concerns and the plans that my colleagues have mentioned. And one piece of legislation that I'm working on is something that I've introduced in the past that I'm excited to work with Casa de Maryland to bring back, which deals with our sensitive locations in our communities, our churches, our hospitals, places like our courtrooms, and making sure that we are equipped and prepared at those places where many of our immigrant communities are gathering, that should of all places be safe places, that we're able to work with our local leaders, our state leaders, our attorney general to put protections in place in those locations that we call sensitive locations. So that is a piece of legislation in terms of protecting those spaces that I'm looking forward to reintroducing. And you can expect to see a larger immigration package around immigrant rights and protecting our communities. Although we know that as a state, we're not able to deal with immigration law specifically because that's a federal role, what we can do is take every action possible to make sure that the state of Maryland and our various entities do not participate in any way or fuel in any way any sort of actions that are negative when it comes to immigrant rights. So that's something really important for the next session. Also looking at healthcare and how we codify some of the gains that we have made around healthcare equity and access as well. On the issue of taxes, I do serve on the Ways and Means Committee, which deals with revenues. It also deals with education issues. It deals with election law and gambling in our state. So any topics of legislation that deal with any of those 4 areas come to my committee. I do serve as the vice chair of the Ways and Means Committee. So on the issue of taxes, given the budget shortfalls that have been mentioned and outlined very well by my colleagues, we are experiencing a challenging time. And just like with our personal budgets, you either have to sort of pull back and make cuts, or you have to find additional income and revenue in order to make those ends meet. And so that's where we are finding ourselves as a state. So when it comes to the various proposals that the counties have and that the municipalities have, I did talk with MML, which is the Maryland Municipal League, last week. And I shared with them, which I'll share publicly as well. It's important to me to see the entire ecosystem of how our revenues and revenue proposals will work together. So if as was mentioned earlier, if the counties also have that flexibility and they're making increases on fees and taxes, the cities are also doing that, the state has some kind of proposal, how will all of this work together in terms of what we know our residents are facing, which is challenging financial times, inflation, and all of those things. So before making any commitments, I think it's important to me to understand what this is going to look like bottom line for our residents. And there are many of us, I know the District 20 team is very strong on this, that are interested in really progressive tax proposals as well, particularly at the state level. Looking at corporate loopholes, especially our multinational companies that are able to avoid paying their fair share in the state of Maryland. Looking also at our very high income earners. In the state of Maryland, someone who makes $250,000, which is a significant amount of money, but someone who's making millions of dollars are taxed at the same income rate. So how do we also look at our income taxes and where we cap out and the brackets that we have and make those more fair so that it benefits those who are middle income, but that also our higher earners are also paying their fair share as well. So there are many different ways for us to take a look at our taxes, whether it's corporate, whether it's income, the proposals from the counties and the cities. But I think the bottom line for me is making sure that they're progressive proposals and also that we are ensuring that we're looking at them together so that we don't turn around and we're seeing all of these come together in a way that's challenging for our residents. The last point that I'll make is to give just a hearty thank you to the city of Tacoma Park, who has been with me hand in hand, step by step, on the issue of just cause or good cause eviction. That's legislation that I've introduced for 7 years, and I'm excited to come back with good news. I've sat here and talked about this bill at this meeting every single time, and the bill did pass the House this legislative session. So that is excellent, excellent news. So we have just an additional hurdle of passing that legislation through the Senate, which I'm hopeful and confident that we'll achieve full passage in 2025, and we will work together as a team to help get there. But I want to thank the city residents and also the city council members and mayor who came and testified in Annapolis and represented the city for the long-term advocacy on that bill. And I hope to come back to you next year this time. Maybe we'll have a little celebration here if the bill achieves final passage. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a little time to discuss and to see whether or not there are any questions that has arise as a result of the presentations that were made. One thing that I will say is, in terms of the Purple Line, and I know I've been on the calls with you all and your staff as we are trying very hard to get the Purple Line folks to move the needle forward on a number of different fronts. I want residents to know that we are continuing to have conversations with the Purple Line. I have another one coming up this week with the goal being to try to minimize the disruption, but also to get them, we need them done. It's time. It's time for them to move this thing along. And so definitely we'll be bringing the concerns that were raised tonight and those that we've heard offline about the upcoming detour to the Purple Line staff. One other thing that has been alluded to slightly has been SHA. We received some news about light installation at Ritchie and Piney Branch, and basically SHA is saying, well, if you guys want to pay for it, we'll okay it. So are we still anticipating, I know that the money is difficult, but there's a number of places where municipalities are sometimes left holding the financial bag on things that rightfully should be a state function. So, for example, we're paying for ADA compliance along sidewalks that for state roads, right? Me too. We just hearing, hey, if you want this light, we don't have the money, but if you all could come up with the money and install, we'll okay you to install it. So I know that budgets are funny, but have there been any additional conversations, particularly with SHA? And I will say, in full transparency, they've been far more responsive. This administration has been far more responsive and engaged than prior administrations, but we're still hitting some of these hurdles of where there aren't enough resources to maintain state roads, and then the expectation is that municipalities will be able to fill in the gap.
I mean, I'll give it a shot. I don't think the expectation is that municipalities will fill in the gaps. I think the expectation is the stuff won't get done. I mean, unfortunately, that's what the expectation is. So, we're talking about, I think, was it $3 billion deficit in the Transportation Trust Fund. And so where that's at, and that was last year. That came about from a number of factors. It came about because it's primarily funded by the gas tax. And the good news is people are driving less, but when people are using less gas, the good news is people are using less gas, to some extent driving less, but mostly because we have more fuel efficient cars and more electric vehicles. So when you're maintaining your roads that people are still driving on, but using less gas, then you have less money for the Transportation Trust Fund. So that's the first thing. The second thing, so in that sense, I mean, from an economic incentives perspective, the gas tax worked, but from the perspective of having infrastructure, it's not. The second is that tolls fund that, and so you might recall the previous administration under Hogan, they cut significantly the tolls. Some of those tolls have returned, but when you cut tolls over the course of 8 years, you don't fund the things that tolls fund. And then the third thing is that under the Hogan administration, there's also a significant amount of deferred maintenance, and the deferred maintenance allowed for balancing budgets based on deferred maintenance eventually catches up with you. And so we've come in the last 2 years and had to catch up. And you might recall when the MTA in Baltimore light rail, had to stop functioning for a week or two because of the deferred maintenance. And so Now that's catching up. And so the result has been, you have to maintain the basic safety and the structures. And so then you start cutting the things, what they've done is to start cutting the things that are on the list for future projects. So things like Montgomery Hills, which was supposed to start, real soon, several $1 million project, tens of millions of dollars project there. So the projects on the CTP, the Consolidated Transportation Plan, which are the bigger projects, as well as the projects that are sort of in the smaller scale upgrade maintenance, like the Ritchie, and a couple of other like intersections, sidewalks, those kinds of things that are more in the sort of smaller scale where they can do more in any given year. But both of those types of projects now have gotten cut, or not cut, but sort of put on hold. So they're still on the list technically somewhere, but there's no plan to fund them anytime soon. And so in addition to all the other sort of areas that my colleagues have mentioned as areas that we need to address, and to Delegate Wilkins' point with a progressive tax structure, we also need to address the Transportation Trust Fund and the gap that's there. And so I don't think that it's really a policy decision of the state to say the county should pay for it. It's more that it's a responsibility we have to find the revenue. And as we do that, right now things are being put off. And so the option is that city should pay for it. Sorry, not should. Delete, can you like
If you
back
want
up
it now, pay for it.
the city could pay for it is the reality of the option, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't articulate the state's policy as like that's how it should be done. It's just that it's being delayed.
Thank you. Councilmember DeBala?
Yes, thank you. First, thank you for all you do, because it's awesome. And secondly, thanks for a lot of the specific bills you mentioned. So you mentioned, for example, a couple of immigration bills on the House side that you're introducing, and that's fabulous. And the Safe Streets bills collectively, thank you. All of that is fabulous. I had two questions. I think they're both for Senator Smith. So there was a reference to maybe there being a package of immigration fixes. So I heard a couple. I heard of the several that you and I have talked about. I heard data privacy. I heard secure locations. I didn't hear about the money for legal representation, and I know that there is something to say more about that than what Delegate Moon said.
So yeah, that's right. So there's the sensitive locations that Delegate Wilkins had from beforehand. That's going to be resurrected, and I think I'm going to be working on the Senate side to make sure that happens. We've got the access to counsel, which we talked a little bit more about that. That's a funding issue. The structure set up, and we'll look for more funding for that. Obviously, working with CASA, had several conversations with CASA on that. And then the data security that I think I'll be making sure that I work on that on the Senate side that Delegate Charkoudian is working on. The final thing is the 287G program, which is only operational, or I shouldn't say only, but is operational right now in 3 counties in Maryland. That's Frederick, Hartford, and Cecil County. And that's a program that allows for collaboration with the local law enforcement to be deputized in a sense to help enforce federal immigration law. And so we're looking for ways to ensure that, that doesn't spread. I personally would like to see that program vanquished from the entire state. You may note that in the Baltimore Sun this morning, Sheriff Jenkins from Frederick was touting the new administration's policy and expressing his implication to fully enforce it vigorously. I want to make sure that the opposite is done. So we're looking into, what ways we can, as a state, put an end to that practice contractually, and what those contracts look like, whether they're auto renews, and whether, because there are issues with the state kind of retroactively going into and undoing a contract. That's not exactly a legal thing to do. So we're looking for ways to do that and ensuring that obviously that the rest of the state is not that's not an option for the rest of the 21 jurisdictions or 21 jurisdictions in Maryland. So that's one thing we're doing, but that's a complicated process moving forward. And, we should all be fully aware that we went through this, and Delegate Moon alluded to this. We went through this the first administration. And the federal money, everything from community development block grants, and all the way through, was kind of, Trump was teetering on looking for ways to curtail that funding for states that went ahead and did not cooperate with the federal authorities to implement this stuff. Well, he's ahead of the game this time around. So, but he was at the end of the term doing it last time. So now he's ahead of the curve this time around. So we have to think as a state strategically how we're going to do that, understanding, what federal strings and federal funding streams that the president-elect will likely pull. But I think it's incumbent upon all of us to protect our immigrant population, 16% of our population in Maryland, 21% of our labor force, our neighbors, our friends, people who are enriching our communities. We are all committed to ensuring that, everyone is safe in our communities.
Okay, thank you. Second question. I love that you all work as a team. Immigration being a classic, which you just all said. So Delegate Wilkins mentioned that she was going to reintroduce just cause, good cause eviction, very important to residents in Tacoma Park. And so would you be introducing it on the Senate side?
No, I've committed to helping get it through. I've said that. Senator Muse has that.
Muse, okay.
I'll be a sponsor, but that was his bill last time around. So we're working on that. So that's my commitment. I've been pretty consistent on that since I think the last time we sat here before. So it's his bill. I want to respect that, but I will be working to to get it through.
Okay, speaking, I think for the city council, it's very important that a strong, good cause bill get through this year.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think your tough discussions around like the tax abatements. I think you kind of squint towards the complication for all of the housing issues, right? Because nothing happens in a vacuum, and I think that's an acknowledgement how complex this entire issue is. And so we want to make sure that, obviously we pass something that's protective of all of our residents, but then also doesn't provide for a disincentive for the creation and sustainment of that missing middle housing. And so, I will be working to make sure that we meet both goals, protecting renters, ensuring that they have some semblance of predictability and housing stability, obviously, very important to our economic growth. At the same time, understanding that there's a complexity to the issue, and I know that. I think that's important for us to just at least have that conversation openly and understanding that it is a complex issue.
And if I can, Madam Mayor, I do want to add that because the House did pass the bill in the 2024 legislative session, the House is going to be looking for the Senate to move the bill first in the 2025 session. So we would really need that help and that support in the Senate to move the bill so that we can achieve final passage this year. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned the process to the council members and for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I think that is real. Yeah, I'm mic'd all the way up to the neck and I have a whole mask on my face. But it is really helpful to know that the conversations will be coming on the Senate side first, and definitely would love to work with you, Senator Smith, because the city of Tacoma Park has been doing a lot as it relates to its housing policies. And there's a lot of things that we've learned and a lot of benefits to things like Just Cause that would love to have opportunities to sit down with you and sit down with other senators that may be questioning the pros as well as, the perceived negative externalities associated with something like a good cause bill. So definitely appreciate the opportunity to sit down and chat.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And just, for the record, since I've become chair of the Judicial Proceedings Committee, we've passed over 25 renter protection bills, significant rental protections. Happy to provide that copy to anyone just to understand that, I've been the most pro-renter chair of the Judicial Proceedings Committee, in my time in Annapolis in recent memory. And the record is clear on that. And we will continue to do that. But we have a responsibility to take a deep look at every piece of legislation to make sure that the interests of all residents, and not only the short-term interests, but the long-term interests are met. That's kind of our sacred obligation as policymakers, as thoughtful policymakers, is to understand not only the short, but the long-term goals and implications of the policies that we enact. And so we will be doing that. And for the record, last year too, we passed 2 of the most significant rental protections last year that were part of the governor's package. You know, we have a 90-day frenetic legislative session. Very proud of what we did last session, looking to continue and build on that work in the future.
And I have had an opportunity to chat with Secretary Day, and I do believe that at least, you know, Secretary Day and his staff are in support of good cause too. So I think that there's definitely support. Are there any other? Oh, Councilmember Honzak.
Yeah, thank you so much. I found this to be really, really useful. I feel like I know more what I'm doing now that I'm 2 years in. So this happens within a week of coming onto council. I had a couple of things that, particularly that a few of you said that gave me pause. One of them is Delegate Charcuti, and you talked about you have a bill to try to give recognition and restitution in the form of free ridership and possibly advertising along. I'm really excited about that. Apologies if I missed that and it was there before, but you know, Ward 5 at least, and other parts of our city, Ward 6 are right there along the Purple Line, and we're hearing about traffic things as well. I wonder, knowing full well that we're in tight fiscal times, but if you have considered also adding anything to that kind of a bill or a separate bill, looking at restitution for like impact on roads that are coming through cities that normally would be state highway roads that are intended to take that kind of a full load, but where the municipality is essentially carrying the burden now of the road repair, the road maintenance, putting in speed humps, traffic calming, et cetera. Is that, I mean, I presume that would be hard to get past at this point, but I also think it's something to consider.
Yeah, you're talking about like money from the state to cover the speed humps that you had to put in on Erskine or something.
Yeah,
like that.
just
Is that what you're suggesting?
and just the general. I mean, when you have 10,000 cars plus coming down a road where normally you'd have a lot less, and state highways are built for that kind of an impact, whereas municipal roads are not. Obviously, the cost of that is falling on the city.
Yeah. So I am still in the brainstorming with MDOT and trying to figure out exactly what's going to be in this. So right now that's not really kind of in the mix, but yeah, I'm happy to float it with them and see what we can get done.
Yeah.
But right now that's not really what's
I think,
in it.
I mean, if it helps, you know, I think folks here, especially around those areas, would be really happy to testify. I think usually
Oh, I'm sure they would.
yeah, I mean, but
I'm sure
under
they
normal
would.
circumstances, you know, people would think, oh, there's going to be a lot of economic growth. And while there will be, these are also some of the lowest income areas. And the whole point is to improve equity. And so sort of it's counterintuitive, right? If we're having negative fiscal impacts before we try to have positive ones.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know you know that. And then the other thing that, thank you so much for pushing that through. I think it's an exciting bill that you proposed, and really creative. Delegate Wilkins, you said special recognition to the Maple Community Association. We were so grateful to see so many of you there at the Juneteenth celebration. And it really means a lot to us that you were there and that you called that out. I know Terry Siemens and I worked a lot side by side with that group. And we would be so delighted if you have some particular ideas on how to help the city to financially support that kind of thing. I don't know how common it is for Juneteenth celebrations to happen across the state or in the whole region, but it's such an important, I think, breakthrough in our own town and our own history. And we would just really love to have your ideas on how we might support that group. It's been a fairly small group of people that have been working with the Juneteenth committee who are residents and the Maple Community Association. And so anyway, if you have thoughts, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
And I do just want to echo Councilmember Honzak's points around traffic. Many years ago, because it feels like this Purple Line construction has been happening, how many years now? I feel like 5, 7. Oh gosh, it's been a while. One of the things, at least in the initial phase of the project that was realized, was the impact zone of the Purple Line and the traffic studies that were done in many instances, particularly like in Ward 6, where you have these large commercial strip malls. And that impact zone didn't necessarily include or go far enough into the communities. And so what a lot of folks have had to do is come up with funding for their own studies. So the Prince George's County side, they had to use COG money to try to do parking study because the Purple Line doesn't include parking. So what would be the potential impact? And so one of the things that the city is facing is, even once we get past, everyone's going to complain for construction because construction is just annoying. But even once everything is said and done, what will be the impact on traffic flow going forward? And so what are some of the traffic studies and things that we may have to do as a result of the Purple Line? There is this assumption that the traffic flow will be the same, or maybe fewer cars because they're riding the train. But it also has narrowed lanes. And so, and people have learned through construction to detour through neighborhoods. So now we're having to think through, how can we get the resources together to do a number of traffic studies to try to implement certain modifications in some of these neighborhoods to try to deter folks from cutting through. So it's just something to kind of keep in mind. I know we pushed for grants for businesses, and there's still work that's happening there with the business community. I just think that, you know, even if we were to think about grant programs for communities that are impacted, that maybe lead to future infrastructure modifications that may have to be made as a result, that could also be an option. Any other questions? Councilmember Hazak?
If no one else has any, I have one. Is it all right if I ask one off of our priorities that I'm curious about? Maybe others will be curious. Do you have any thoughts on kind of where we're headed in terms of whether there's something positive to look towards? For example, that folks might be moving here from across the country as a safe zone, and that there could be a lot of middle income folks. We haven't done so well on the middle income, at least around here, and attracting them. And you talked about possibly leveraging some pieces of state property to build housing. Can you leave us on a positive note of some out of the box ideas you're thinking, or what we might imagine on the positive front, on the income front, and drawing, I don't know, I said Tacoma Park should become a democracy hub. So, you know, it could become a tourist destination for, you know, democracy is alive and well right here and in Maryland, right? But yeah, any thoughts on that? Is that a topic of conversation at the state level?
I'll take a small crack at it. So not to be sarcastic and snarky about this point, but the truth of the matter is I'm actually quite alarmed that the state and the county are currently losing population or pretty stagnant and flat. And that's in a time where we already have 3 worker vacancies for every existing job. So, you know, the shortages you've heard about and seen about are very real, and they're rooted in a lot of things, but fundamentally our housing costs are very high. The cost of living here is very high, and survey after survey says housing cost inflation in the DMV is a top concern among people. So stopping the population loss, I think, is pretty critical to avoid the death spiral you see in Baltimore City, where they're talking about, you know, closing public schools from some of the population shrink, or you look at Japan, where they're not replacing their population fast enough. So that's the very serious challenge that we have ahead of us, and it constrains our budget in a very real way, unless we want those who remain to just keep paying ever higher costs for things. So I guess the good news is, as you put it, we're about to have some people moving to Maryland. And I say that actually, I am proud of it, because in the last go-round, unfortunately, with the federal administration, those very same city Facebook groups and listservs that I was referencing actually had some good news on them, with people talking about how they chose Montgomery County, Maryland, Tacoma Park, because of the welcoming policies that we have here, and frankly, because their home governments chased them out. Now, to the extent these folks, as you suggest, are middle income, higher income folks, that's great. And I think that's a very real question. Now, on some of the other things we were talking about, I've actually been opining about this. In a time of budget constraints, how generous should Maryland be, say, for services for reproductive procedures for people who don't currently live here? And the same question is going to come up with our legal services funding when you're really talking about nonprofits where residency requirements and, they might service DMV area things, and these are grants coming out to them. Very difficult questions. We want to do right by everyone, but at least the opening question that I think everybody has phrased here is we want to start from a place that this is a welcoming community where we're having these folks come in. As to the money, we'll see when we get there, but I think you're right. We are going to see folks moving to our region. And hey, the more neighbors, the better, as far as I'm concerned. So I love it.
Great. All right. Well, I just want to close by saying thank you all so much.
Okay.
Councilmember Slater?
Are we out of time or?
We are, but go ask your question. You haven't had a chance.
Super quickly, thank you that you're all here. Just one quick comment. That 3 of our wards in the city do border Prince George's County, and so we will look forward to your help with your counterparts in Prince George's County in building some connections, because we do have some real opportunities for new housing along New Hampshire Avenue. And then a quick question was, in terms of the legislation that you mentioned, Delegate Wilkins, regarding sensitive locations, will that also include things like funeral homes, public buildings, schools, and even parks, because people need recreation? It would seem to be a great idea to protect parks, since we may have some people camping. I don't know if you have any comment on that, but it's just a...
Thank you. That's a great question. The bill is in drafting, so making sure that we include as many of these sensitive locations and many public spaces as possible makes a lot of sense. So I just made a note of the ones you specifically mentioned, and to the public, please feel free to reach out to our offices. It's good to know that my good senator will be working together on this. And I also wanted to mention we have excellent relationships with our colleagues in Prince George's. The council member that borders us happens to be my best friend in the world. So Councilmember Juanita Fisher. So we are happy to help broach those relationships and make sure that we're working across jurisdictions to advance the needs of the city.
Great. And just one more super quick one, Senator Smith and Delegate Charkoudian. You both mentioned ideas about creative use of lands. You mentioned state lands, and then also the need for meeting the load growth in the grid. And while it's not in Tacoma Park, it's very nearby. The long high voltage transmission line corridor, and I wondered whether the state has any ability to open up those corridors for solar farms.
The state doesn't. It's been explored with PEPCO. It's a little more. It seems like an obvious solution, and it's a little more complicated because of the way that I don't know how much I want to get into, but the way that utility scale solar needs to interconnect, which you would think you have a high voltage line, but that doesn't mean that that's an interconnection point. So that's one issue that has to be addressed with it, and then the second has to do with when you have large ground mounted solar, it needs to be fenced and protected. And so you have wildlife corridors there as well. And so once you sort of add a number of those pieces, what looks like it would be a really obvious solution ends up it would be sort of more piecemeal, which doesn't mean it shouldn't be explored. It just doesn't quite give us as much as we might think it would. So I think at this point, we're still in this space of like all options are on the table and we're trying to figure all the pieces out. I'm just not sure that that gives us quite what we think it would. And so it's just important that we continue to look at all the other options.
I just say, look, I mean, just a lot, you know, you're the expert in this, but look, we're a net importer of power, so we're like 40% what comes out from out of state. And if you're talking about the line that's coming from Pennsylvania down to feed the data centers, is that the one you're talking about? That's coming through Baltimore?
Just the one that goes right
Oh,
down the
got it. Yeah. So, look, I mean, we are also, I think, last in terms of our, like, for solar and as a state, in terms of, like, actually building and constructing and housing this stuff in Maryland, in terms of, like, our, like, where we are. This was Senator Feldman told me, like, he's like, hey, look, we are running kind of like in the last batch of states in terms of our physical, like, for solar.
I promise West Virginia's behind us.
Yeah. Well, just
Sorry.
just we're a net import. I mean, this is a big deal. 40% comes from out of state. We're, you know, I'm told amongst one of the last batch in terms of our ability to kind of capture this type of power, renewable power. So I think we've got a long way to go, but a lot of growth. And I'm educating myself on data centers too. I mean, this is something that came up, and I thought you were alluding to, you know, there's a lot of controversy in Baltimore County right now because they're running a line from Pennsylvania down to Virginia to feed their data centers. And as we are now moving towards data centers in Maryland, that's going to be a significant issue as we are a net importer of power. So that's something that I think we all need to be kind of attuned to. It's going to be a significant issue that we'll deal with in the Assembly this next session.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. We really appreciate every opportunity that we have to engage with you all, discuss policy issues, and advocate on our shared goals. So thank you all so much for coming out. We really appreciate it. And I want to just say have a great night for those. Yes, we're going to do a photo. We will do a photo. Yes, that is very important. And then for those that are going to stick around for the next meeting, we will reconvene at 9:15. We have a meeting. I'd like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Landman,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala,
Present.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Present.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Here.
Councilmember Honzak,
Present.
Councilmember Wesselek,
Here.
Great. Well, good evening, everyone. We just completed a special meeting this evening with our District 20 delegation, and it was a great opportunity. Okay, I'm mic'd up 3 times right now. Hold on, I got a mic on my chest. Is this one working? Let me turn that off. None of them are working. Hold on, let's see. All right. Okay, can you all hear me now? No? Oh, okay. I think it works now. All right, perfect. We're just gonna turn this off. We could just turn my mic off. And then we will keep with the hard mic. Excellent. Okay, so we had an opportunity to discuss priorities with our District 20 delegation. And again, I want to send my sincerest appreciation to delegates Charkoudian, Moon, and Wilkins, as well as Senator Smith, for making this an annual tradition for us. And we are very fortunate to have the delegation that we have. They are so committed to addressing the needs of the city of Tacoma Park and really working towards the betterment of our Marylanders. So thank them for coming. So tonight we have a couple of things. We're going to start with 2 staff presentations. The first is sustainability program update, followed by a library construction project update. We'll then have 2 voting sessions. The first is a resolution adopting council budget priorities, and the second is a resolution providing for the city council's winter holiday recess. We are not, and I don't have a rolling agenda because we will adjourn after the passage of the resolution for recess, and we will be adjourned until Wednesday, January the 8th. Okay, and so with that, we're going to move into public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening on voting items? Again, voting items is a resolution adopting the council budget priorities and resolution providing for the city council winter holiday recess. Go right ahead.
Hello, I'm Troy Skipson. I live on Pine Avenue. One of the things in life that can be really difficult is recognizing what we're good at and what we are perhaps not so good at. In Tacoma Park, we struggle with capital projects. Because of this, I'd like to ask the city, instead of moving forward on its own with a New Hampshire Avenue Rec Center, instead to ask the county to undertake this project. The county obviously has far greater expertise in planning and building rec centers. With our past mayor, now president of the county council, the city has a supportive friend in the right place at the right time. Kate Stewart was mayor when the rec center focus groups were first convened. She personally recognizes the value of the rec center. Let's remember our previous and current capital projects. The community center could not be completed as planned because of the unforeseen challenges in building in a floodplain and other cost overruns. The 8-year Tacoma Junction project separated our community into opposing factions and cost millions in staff time, attorney's fees, and a payout to NDC. It seems to me that we are still struggling with the divides that were generated by the Tacoma Junction project. The $7 million library project has transformed into a $16 million project because of the multiple change orders, mission creep into community center remodeling, and various unforeseen delays. Community projects are very challenging endeavors, and I have sympathy on trying to manage these. But with a city of 17,000 people, we can ill afford additional bond debt for a recreation center on top of the debt for the library, a potential community center atrium construction project, and what appears to be a needed capital project at the Public Works Building. Let's turn to the county for the recreation center. The county has the experience that the city does not to more efficiently build a recreation center, and it does have an interest in serving our corner of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on voting session resolution adopting council budget priorities or resolution providing for the city council winter holiday recess?
Arthur David Olson, Ward 4, Herbie Hancock Avenue. I'll start with my annual plea. Remember that people do not pay property tax rates, they pay property tax bills. I hope you won't take too much pride in keeping a level property tax rate, because given increased assessments, that will mean increased property tax bills. And I hope you won't blame the increased bills on Montgomery County. You'll have full knowledge of the assessment increase, so you have the power to set a lower rate to offset the increase. I'm not an advocate of the constant yield rate. I recognize that there's inflation, but the city usually increases tax bills by more than inflation. In October of 2004, a consumer price index, CPIW, was about 187. In October of 2024, it is about 309, about a 66% increase in those 20 years of the Siemens era. In fiscal year 2004, the city collected about $6.55 million of property tax revenue. In fiscal year 2024, about $15.68 million, about a 139% increase in 20 years, far outstripping inflation. Increasing property taxes faster than increasing people's ability to pay them is unsustainable and harmful. It's a reason older homeowners feel compelled to downsize. It's a reason responsible multifamily building owners don't have the money for maintenance. And it discourages new commercial construction in the city. The best measure of the increase in people's ability to pay taxes is the federal cost of living adjustment. For civil services retirees like me, it's an exact measure. The 2025 increase is 2.5%. That's not enough to cover the 4.5% increase in tax bills that would result from a flat tax rate and the 4.5% assessment increase projected in the city staff's financial projection. I hope that in your budget resolution, you'll replace, quote, maintain the adopted FY25 residential tax rate of 0.5522, end quote, with, quote, have property tax revenue at most 2.5% more than in FY25. That would mean property tax revenue of about $16.8 million. That's $400,000 more than this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments on voting items? Do we have any virtual comments on voting items? Do we have any general public comments this evening? General public comments? Come on down.
Good evening. How are you? My name is William Aragon. I live in Ward 1 at 504 Philadelphia Avenue. I passed around some emails that I sent to the chief regarding my situation. And so I'll follow up my 3-minute version with a full detailed report later on. The email was sent to the chief because I was having problems with an undercover agent who was harassing me on a daily basis. An agent who had hacked my phone, and because of the work I do now was delivering food, a clean phone is essential to do your job. I went on to the county's website, recalled reading, if you want to file a complaint against an officer, you can do so, even if you don't know his name. And so I did. I sent Marcus Jones, who was the chief of the police in Montgomery County at the time, an email and I didn't know if he hadn't received it. So my dad and I decided to drive up to Gaithersburg to see if anyone from his office could confirm the receipt of the email. We had no such luck. Our efforts were blocked internally. Next stop, we went to Mark Elrick's office. The assistant said, well, he can't help you. I told her that I had taken pictures of the perpetrator's plates. She ran the plates and told us that they were not state or county employees, but recommended that we go and file a report to where the harassment was being committed, which was in Tacoma Park. That was in May of 2022. My complaint was that I was being oppressed. That the undercovers through their phones were interfering with my work, making sure that I made as little as possible, that they hacked my phone. How? I didn't know. I just knew that they had hacked it. I could read from the analytics of the phone, and these are iPhones that I'm talking about, that the name Null kept popping up. The phone also told me that the phone was being controlled using Siri, and that an in-call service had been installed on my phone, and all calls were forwarded and routed through the undercover agents, including text messages, that they could see everything that I did in real time. The battery part of the phone revealed that there was background activity, not the kind of background activity that is always in the background working on apps. The battery doesn't track that, but actually people who were watching the stuff that you were doing. And so when I worked, they were in the background monitoring my work, issuing work out to me, and that kind of thing. For example, if I worked 8 hours in a day, the battery would reveal 4 hours of actual background activity. That they were breaking into my car on a regular basis here at 504 Philadelphia Avenue, while sitting in the driveway, modifying the component, stereo, anything electronic, all information generated being directed towards their PC. That was in my car. They have stolen my identity, the agents from the Tacoma Park undercover unit, and are using it on a daily basis on the copies of my phone. So I have a phone and they have copies of my phone that they use, but in order to access their phone, they have to use my identity. And anything and everything that I'm saying to you today, I have background, I have evidence in my phone that's black and white. It's not anything that's being made up. I've been going through this for almost 6 years now, where I'm being harassed by these folks. My phone service was taken over by them. To this day, they use my phone service, and I pay the bill.
Sir,
Are we close?
your time is up. And also, I don't want you to inadvertently say more things that, because this is all broadcast.
I understand.
So,
I knew that coming in.
So what we can do is I'll have the city manager, I believe you all have a copy of this information. If not, then we'll make sure that we get you a copy to discuss with the chief of police.
Can I say just one more thing?
Sure, sure.
Because I think the public should know that the way that they install their programs on your phone is really sneaky, because everyone, I don't know how many people have iPhones, but when you do an update to the iPhone, right? You just press a thing and then all of a sudden, it downloads the program, etc. Well, they use you updating the iPhone to them updating their operating systems. And so they stall the download of the iPhone update so that they can download their program onto your phone, and then the download of your iPhone takes place.
Yeah. So thank you so much. And so we have you've given me your contact information. We have your email address. I'll have the city staff work with the police, and then we can follow up with you directly.
Okay. All right. Well,
Thank you so much for
I've
coming.
been working with Lieutenant Butler, but it hasn't gotten me anywhere, so
Oh, so you've been working with Lieutenant Butler?
But it hasn't gotten me anywhere, so I'm not sure if I have a complaint against the police, if getting the police to help with the situation is gonna be successful.
Okay. Well, let us follow up, and we'll follow up with you about that, and we'll circle back. Okay. Okay. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? Any?
Greetings again. My name's David Reed. I am speaking for the Tacoma Stormwater Solutions, a local expert group with broad and deep experience in stormwater management issues. Tonight, the council will discuss the city's sustainability and climate change plan, on which TSS would like to offer comments. The section of the plan on flooding begins on page 21 and recognizes the threats from stormwater. The plan wisely warns of growing risks of flooding because of more frequent, high-intensity precipitation events. However, our city's last effort to craft a stormwater mitigation strategy took place in 2009. That's a decade and a half ago. Since then, the U.S. and countries around the world have experienced devastating floods caused by unprecedented levels of intense rainfall, wreaking havoc on scales previously unimaginable. The geographic proximity of the flood in western North Carolina, a mere 3 months ago, drives home the urgency of preparing for a similar rainfall event here in Tacoma Park. TSS strongly recommends that the city develop a strategic stormwater management plan that focuses on flood vulnerabilities. The city's prior contract with Low Impact Development Center identified 20 areas in our city that are most vulnerable to flooding. Their analysis remains highly pertinent and useful. However, their site identification is not integrated into a comprehensive analysis of how our stormwater system would respond to a 1,000-year flood event of the magnitude experienced in Asheville, an event just 400 miles from our homes. So first, to correct that, we need to model how such an event would beset our city with particular attention to the most vulnerable areas, Brashears Run and the tributaries to Tacoma Branch. Let's not forget that the county is responsible for managing the potential flooding along Sligo Creek. Second, with that modeling completed, the city must seek and secure money from external sources to undertake mitigation measures to correct those vulnerabilities. Undoubtedly, these mitigation activities would include most of the sites identified by the LIDC study. Yes, this is a multi-year endeavor, but we must absolutely begin now by building on important steps the city has already taken. We believe that the stormwater study and actions should be an integral part of the city's sustainability and climate change plan. By carrying out those two measures, we can answer the question, could Tacoma Park be the next Asheville, as posed by Paul Krastowski? No, we should be able to respond. Tacoma Park has taken the necessary steps to prevent the repeat of the Asheville floods here in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? No virtual comments? Okay, great. We're going to move into council comments. Do we have any council comments this evening? Any council comments? Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, just very briefly. So I've been working on Chesapeake Bay issues, as many of you know, and the Executive Council for the Chesapeake Bay met. That's the Governor's Plus. They met last week addressing the question of what happens after 2025. And so just very briefly, they decided that the partnership is worth continuing, and that might sound obvious to all of us, but it was actually a big step for some of them. And they want to take a look at the 31 goals based on all the science that's come out since 2004 when they signed the first agreement. And they added an agricultural advisory committee to the lineup of, there were 3 advisory committees to the governors, and now there's going to be 4. So that's it. Very briefly, anybody wants to hear more, you know where to find me. But since it made the post, I thought I had to mention it.
Awesome. Any other council comments? Councilmember Schlegel.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Gibson, Mr. Olson, and Mr. Reed and Mr. Aragon for your comments. Ms. Gibson, your point is very well taken about the importance of the city thinking about past experiences and in terms of like looking for creative ways to move the recreation center project forward. Mr. Olson, I really appreciate your bringing home a point that I heard from many constituents about being house burdened and the impact of steadily rising property taxes above the rate of inflation. And Mr. Reed, I just wanted to add on to what you said on behalf of Tacoma Stormwater Solutions that I'm well aware that Tacoma Branch flows, it keeps on flowing downstream out of our city and into the Ray Road, Chilham Ridgecrest neighborhood, where there's some very, very low-lying streets. And I think from an equity standpoint, we need to be very thoughtful about not exporting our issues to our neighbors. I just wanted to also add that I had a great meeting with the new commander, or the commander of the VFW Post 350, Tom Fitzgerald, and several members, including the head of the auxiliary, Jake Flack. And they're just an example of an organization that's ready to help. They've already offered to provide space on their property for food forest plantings. They've offered to allow for tree planting to provide more shade on 4th Avenue. And they're interested in participating in cleanup and rehabilitation of the Sligo Mill Conservation Area. So just huge kudos to all the community organizations that are working on things. Thank you.
Councilmember Wesselin.
I just wanted to lift that tomorrow night I will be meeting with the New Hampshire Gardens Community Association. So if anyone is in that neighborhood and does not yet know about that, you can reach out to me. And I want to thank the Ward 6 residents who spoke at the prior session and lift up that I continue to I will be working definitely on behalf of our ward to help mitigate some of the traffic and Purple Line overwhelming burden on our neighborhoods. So just raising that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Landon.
Thank you. Just quickly, first off, thank you so much to the people who spoke this evening. Your comments were very interesting, and I wanted to comment with respect to stormwater that the Stormwater Solution Group has arranged for the opportunity for citizens in the neighborhood, residents in the neighborhood, to participate in using a virtual reality, I don't even know, technology, one of those things you put on, to experience flooding using new technology that the University of Maryland is piloting. And this is an opportunity that we have to thank the Public Works Department for making space for us to those of us who have signed up to experience the use of this technology. And if anyone in the audience here or virtual audience is interested, please email me and I'll try and put you in touch with the people making that plan. The intention is to be able to see for ourselves what it is like to experience flooding in a community, and it could be quite interesting. I also just wanted to flag that many Tacoma Park local authors will be participating this weekend on Saturday at the Tacoma Park Book Fair, just across the line at Busboys and Poets, but it's Tacoma Park authors there to sign their books. I think there will be about 30 authors there. It should be quite interesting. I hope to see many of you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, there's been a lot going on. So I want to thank all of the folks who've provided comments this evening. Recognizing if you were around for the District 20 delegation, if you have any discussions with leaders at the county level, it's important to note that everyone is getting ready to experience fiscal challenges at all levels of government, not just in the city of Tacoma Park, but it's happening at the county level, it's happening at the state level. And so I think it's really important for all of us to have these conversations or these check-ins around what we want to, or what we can fund and what we can afford. I appreciate the comments on the rec center, but I do want to clarify the record. In terms of the recreation center, it actually used to belong to the county. And we were receiving payments from the county small ones, very small ones, to maintain that rec center, to run programs out of it. And the county did not invest substantial monies into that recreation center to make the improvements. It had not been had any massive renovations in it since what, the 70s? So if the assumption is that the county is going to somehow magically, when we all know what their budget is looking like, is going to somehow magically be able to fund this capital project for us when they had the rec center for the number of years that they did and did nothing with it, I think that's a fallacy. I think that where we are right now with the rec center is a simple decision. What is it that we want to have happen? And we've already, and our staff has already done a ton of work to lay out what the options are. And where we are now is trying to make that decision so that we can leverage the grant funds that have already been made available to us to do some design work based on what we may want to see. So that's the question that's before us, not necessarily breaking ground on anything, but actually doing what we are all charged with doing as elected officials, is establishing the path forward. So in terms of stuff, but thank you all so much for your comments. I appreciate it. This budget session is going to be a difficult one, and so there will be hard choices that'll have to be made, but definitely I think that we have the right counsel at the table to be able to make some of those decisions, and the staff that we have as well. I think one of the things that we don't often give city staff, not just the city manager and deputy city manager, credit, but our staff weigh options day in, day out in terms of what they think might be the most effective use of the limited resources that they know that they have. So I definitely know that the guidance that we give to them is something that they take to heart, and we'll make sure to present a budget to us that reflects the values that we communicate in the priorities resolution that we will vote on later this evening. I'm going back to stuff that's happening. I just want to thank again the Montgomery County Council for the proclamation for Councilmember Siemens, that I had an opportunity to participate in that along with the police chief, and that was on Tuesday. So many thanks to the county council. It was great to see Terry and Joyce be honored. He was also recognized tonight at the COG membership and awards meeting as one of the outgoing COG members for his role on the Human Services Committee. So had an opportunity to attend that event tonight as well. Upcoming, so tomorrow, if you have not signed up already, you don't have to, you could just show up. The holiday giving tree lighting will be happening at 5 o'clock. I will be attending the MML Montgomery County Legislative Dinner. That is tomorrow. Councilmember DeBala will be joining as well. In terms of other stuff that is happening, there's lots of things that will be happening in Old Town. The Tacoma Park Gift Market, I believe, is on Friday. On Saturday, the Cocoa Crawl, it's happening, as well as the book fair. So definitely want to encourage folks to head out to different neighborhoods throughout our city to partake of some of the wonderful festivities that are happening during the holiday season. And so with that, I will turn things over to our city manager for city manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, and our guests. Some news from the library. The library invites everyone to join them on Thursday, December 19th at 6:30 p.m., their annual solstice celebration. Our program will kick off with juggler Daniel Riker. Then the Rock Creek Morris Women will offer up some traditional dances, who will bring the just-in-time step dancers for some interactive fun. In between, we'll learn why this day is special. There will be warm beverages and tasty snacks for everyone. From the police department, a quick reminder of the many upcoming events with our police department. Details can be found on the city website and links with more information will be included tomorrow in the posted city manager's comments. Events include, there are only a few days left in our toy drive collection, which ends this Friday, December 13th. New unopened toys can be dropped off at the Tacoma Park Police and Volunteer Fire Departments. And Chief shares with me that there is a higher than usual demand or need for toys this year. Game night with Santa on December 17th from 5 to 7 p.m. Have fun with Santa at the Chuck E. Cheese at 1127 University Boulevard. There will be pizza, drinks, family fun, and photos with bilingual English and Spanish Santa. Please note that the Chuck E. Cheese games will not be paid for by the Tacoma Park Police Department. And finally, in this list is Winter Coat Drive from now until Friday, February 27th. Clean, gently used coats, scarves, and gloves can be left in the large box in the lobby of the police department. And we received quite a bit, so we thank all of the generous folks that have dropped off coats, but we are still actively collecting. Also, please note that residents and visitors can find detailed information about the automated red light camera enforcement program on the police department webpage, including camera locations, which is a complete list of intersections equipped with red light cameras, fine payment information, instructions on how to pay a fine if you receive a red light camera violation notice, and frequently asked questions, answers to common questions about the program and its enforcement process. And just a reminder to the public, the purpose of the program is public safety. And finally, from the city manager's office, a couple notes. I had the pleasure this afternoon of attending a retirement send-off for one of our cherished employees in the Recreation Department, Paula Lasowski, who for 17 years has done the seniors programming for us. She is retiring as a full-time employee. We hope to coax her back at some point in a part-time capacity, but she's, as I understand it, very beloved by the seniors with whom she has worked for many, many years, and basically created the program here. It really didn't exist, and this was Director Greg Clark's first hire when he became director. And I also want to mention this. This week, we would like to send our condolences to the family of former employee Nelson Matchett. Mr. Matchett worked as a mechanic for our Public Works Department for 35 years, beginning in 1984 until he retired in 2019. He has recently passed. Mm-hmm. What an incredible commitment of his talents and life to this community, to this organization, and to his teammates at work. Mr. Matchett provided professional service to the city, and many were dependent upon his knowledge and mechanical skills for keeping vehicles in good working order. Upon learning of his passing, many staff spoke very highly of him, so we honor Nelson for all that he did and convey our sincere sympathies to his family. This concludes my report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to move to our first presentation of the evening, the Sustainability Program Update. And tonight we're joined by our Sustainability Manager, Doria Estrada.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for having me this evening. As the mayor introduced me, my name is Dorothy Estrada. I go by Dory. I am the sustainability manager for the city of Tacoma Park. For those of you I haven't met yet, it's nice to see you in person. And I've been with the city since September 2023. So tonight I'll be giving you what is typically an annual update of our sustainability office and its actions related to the Climate Action Plan. This update did occur back in February, but as there's a new council and some upcoming changes in the next couple months with my own maternity leave, this was the timely period for us to do this evening. So thank you for having me. So I will also try not to belabor your time. I know it's been quite a long evening for you all, but we'll be covering in a nutshell the city, county, and state climate goals, going over our greenhouse gas emissions profile in a little bit of detail, talking about some milestones from the past year related to climate updates, speaking about some of our technical assistance partnerships, communications, outreach, and some reporting we've done, and finally some budget implications. So just really quickly to do some context setting, I think that this body is probably very familiar with the risks and consequences associated with climate change, as well as the causes. But just maybe to emphasize here that this is very serious and it has local level implications. The topics of resilience and adaptation and just the risks affiliated with climate, extreme weather, drought, precipitation have real tangible impacts here in Tacoma Park, and what we do at a local level absolutely matters. So to cover, I'm sorry, there should have been a slide that I think is missing. I just wanted to say that our office also takes an equity first approach in our climate programming. So we do not see the goals of climate action and equity as separate, but rather very intertwined. The topics of economic development, housing, and our sustainable, livable community are very much intertwined with the actions we take to address greenhouse gas reduction. Again, you probably are very familiar with the information on this slide, but we have a pretty aggressive goal here at the city to achieve net zero by 2035. This mirrors a goal that is also existing for Montgomery County, which is 100% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2035 as well. Those are both based on a 2005 baseline assessment. The state's goal is a 50% reduction by 2030 based on a 2006 baseline, and the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments has a regional goal of 50% reduction by 2030 and 80% by 2050. Apologies, the information on the bottom of this was the most up-to-date I have, and I know that you all will be updating your priorities as of this evening, but just understanding what you all specifically have agreed to focus on, that would be continued support legislation on electric charging infrastructure throughout the state, continued to support the advanced energy efficiency in buildings, and also to support stormwater mitigation efforts, including funding and technical assistance for municipalities. And you also are probably quite familiar, but we do have a sustainability and climate action plan that was finalized in 2019. This replaced a plan that was formed in 2014. It resulted in a lot of analysis and strategic recommendations on how the city would get to that 100% reduction by 2035 goal. And in tandem, in 2020, this body passed a climate emergency response resolution, which basically took into account those specific strategies and prioritized them into a resolution document, specifically focusing on buildings, transportation, renewable energy, and towards a fossil-free community. And I just would like to emphasize that there was a lot of community outreach and engagement as part of both of these processes that do predate my time with the city, and that the pandemic certainly played a factor in delaying the launch of some programs and priorities that were affiliated with this program, as it happened quite after, right after the resolution was passed. But it's because of that prioritization process and this really key cornerstone document that our office is able to prioritize and shape its own projects and programs. So just having a quick look into our greenhouse gas emissions profile here at the city level. We utilize data produced by COG, which is given to us at no cost. They do an inventory assessment every few years. And this is utilizing a tool called ClearPath, which is a kind of an industry standard tool that is also used by ICLEI, of which the city is about to renew its membership. This is also an internationally recognized profile that fits into our reporting. I'll get more into that later. And this results that I'm showing you on the slide are only up until 2020. We do expect to receive some updated data covering the years 2021 and 2022 available next year. But this is, the most important information here is that we can see clearly from our city inventory, most of our emissions are coming from buildings and transportation. This is a secondary data set that is using a different methodology, which is why the numbers do look quite different. But I did want to pull this for you all tonight because it is based on 2023 data. This is a different tool called Crosswalk Labs, which is used by the climate mayors. The reason it is so different is because they do use quite a different methodology for tracking transportation emissions. But just maybe important to point out here is that this is also indicating essentially the same information. Most of our emissions are coming from buildings and transportation, and a majority of those emissions are coming from our residential energy sector, both Scope 1 and 2 emissions. And maybe I think some visuals can be helpful sometimes. What is a metric ton of CO2? That is what it looks like. It is a lot. And it's equivalent to refueling an SUV 46 times, 428 liters of gasoline, 11 refrigerators powered for a year, just so you can kind of, if you're not familiar with how greenhouse gases are quantified, kind of wrap your mind around that a little bit. This data is also back from COG. Just wanted to show this as well, which I think is a good summary of how we've seen emissions increase and decrease between 2005 and 2020. The increases were because we had a growth in commercial space, things like population increase, increase in hydrofluorocarbons, but we've seen a decrease because our grid is getting cleaner slowly, and the pandemic certainly reduced the amount of miles people are traveling, and commercial energy intensity has gone down as well. And just looking at our trajectory, so we have quite a challenge ahead of us in regard to meeting that 2025 goal. This is also using COG's data up until 2020. So up until 2020, that is actual data, and then beyond that on this chart is projected. What we see here is in yellow, our transportation emissions, and in blue, our building energy emissions, and the black line is our total emissions, because we do have some other sources, but those are the main two. And we really have to expedite our reduction if we are to get to that goal. That would mean at least a 25% reduction between the years 2020 and 2025, which we have just hit that milestone and are waiting on some of that data. But it means an even more expedited decrease between the following 5 years, between 2025 and 2030. There are many ways to get to that, but programs alone may not be enough. But I would like to spend a little time now to cover some of what our milestones have been over the past year in regard to climate action in these different areas. In the building sector, we have been working on a variety of different programs. As you saw, this is our highest emission sector. So as some of you may know, we have one covered building that falls under building energy performance standards requirements. That's our community center, the building we're in right now. We did complete that reporting in June, and we are now in the process of looking toward a municipal energy audit and an upgrade to really curb those emissions. This is a particularly challenging building because of its multiple uses. In terms of solar, this is one of the areas I think we can really be most proud of. We have now approaching 400 households that have rooftop solar, including 16 commercial buildings, and we have over 163 that are subscribers to community solar. And just to kind of flesh that out for you, this is pretty high for a community of our size. We're well above the average, and we have seen 162% increase in household rooftop solar adoption since 2020. So we should be really, really happy about that. And overall, with building electrification, we're trying to address this topic from multiple sides. We're a community that is split between tenants and single-family homeowners, which means different strategies. So we work with a county program called Electrify MC, which provides direct incentives to single-family homeowners who are looking to electrify. So far, we've had 53 residents, households sign up for that, and there's been about 11 site visits. Part of that does involve an energy audit, and we're still working with the county to understand how to make that program more accessible and really expedite more folks taking advantage of that. Another program that is a cross collaboration with our housing department is our multifamily building improvement grant. We have worked with an energy auditor in the latest iteration of this grant, and 6 awards were granted this fall, over $500,000. That is towards electrification and decarbonization projects. We expect to make a few more awards in the following fiscal year under this program, and very excited about how that's been going. I've attended several of the site visits and energy audits myself, and it's been a really great and interesting process. In terms of transportation, first just speaking about private-owned vehicles and our transition to electric. So we continue to we continue to offer the curbside charging program. So far, there's been 12 applications to that. This is a program where we provide a permit for folks that don't have a position for a driveway charger. 3 permits have been issued. Some feedback about that is there's a little bit of a challenge with the indemnity of insurance agreements. That may be a little bit of a barrier for some people, but we're working on getting more information about that. We have in total 7 EV charging stations in the city with 22 chargers as of November 2014, but we're looking to expand. So we definitely, just down on the bottom here, have had an eye on several different grant opportunities. I have this on a separate slide, but we were successful in a collaborative application in Montgomery County. We think that award is around $1 million. We're still waiting on some final numbers. That would fund a DC fast charger here at this building. And potentially a second one at Public Works. And then we've also submitted 2 coalition applications with the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Grant. That was federal money, and are waiting to find out about that. Overall, one of our big milestones that has just been crossed is we have finalized a fleet transition plan for the city's vehicles. This was using a no-cost technical assistance program, and it has made the city eligible for some EV charging equipment incentives through going through that process. And it's our intention that the consultant can present that plan to this body in the early part of the new year. In terms of multimodal transit, I just would preface this that a lot of this work takes place under the Housing Community Development Department, and while there's a lot of overlap with Public Works, if there are specific comments on these projects, that would fall more under the purview of my colleagues. But they've been very successful in getting several grants that are related to the topics of public transit and alternative mobility. A few of those being the New Avenue Bikeway Purple Line Connection Study, which would connect the New Avenue Bikeway with the New Hampshire Ave Corridor. They also received a federal Safe Streets for All grant and are working on developing a citywide safety action plan. This is kind of in tandem to their Safe Routes to School program that already exists. You all are probably very familiar with the Maple Avenue Connectivity Project and the designs that are underway with that. And then additionally, they received funding from MDOT for a Metropolitan Branch Trail upgrade. So our office is small but mighty. And we treat events as an outreach opportunity, and by our estimate, we've been able to directly interact with over 1,500 people at events throughout this past year. And I just tried to list a few of our events and pull some of our favorite photos from those. So we don't just sit behind a desk. We do really try to get out and bridge with community partners and put together some really great informational events. I think one of our highlights of this past year was our own City Earth Day celebration, which attracted over 600 attendees to the Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park. We worked with almost 30 community partners to have a presence there as well. This fall, for the first time, we offered a sustainability walking tour in collaboration with Sustainable Maryland. That's the photo up in the corner there. It was just a really great way to showcase some of the projects that are kind of behind the scenes that Public Works is very much involved with, but you may pass them every day and not see them. So that's an example of one of the stormwater projects. Among other events. The solar, I think solar was referenced earlier in the evening with the delegates. We intend to have another round of that, but we had our first ever solar information session last March that was really well received as well. And one thing that keeps us quite busy is that we have focused a lot this past year on seeking out direct technical assistance and engagement with a variety of partners. So this is to really help us do some capacity building and really create efficiencies through these free resources, many of which have been available through the IRA. We really lean on our great network of national partners and regional partners, a lot of whom are highlighted here on the right with the different logos. And, you know, just to provide a couple examples I think I mentioned the Fleet Transition Plan. That is a PEPCO program. The city paid a refundable deposit, which again has resulted in making us eligible for several $1,000s worth of incentives for EV charging equipment. We have been a participant in a organization called the Lighthouse Cohort Partners. This is through USDN. It is bringing in legal expertise to help cities access direct pay. I will get into that in a moment if you don't know what direct pay is, and many other opportunities. But the bottom line here is that this work has equivalated us to receiving several tens of thousands of dollars in no-cost services from these types of engagements. And some other information just on funding milestones and wins. I've kind of mentioned a few of these, but we have been very active in going after particularly energy-focused grants, although not exclusively. Some of our recent successes are the $125,000 grant from Maryland Energy Administration to expand rooftop solar on the new library. This will be a system that the city owns, and we're currently in procurement process with that right now. I mentioned the successful grant with Montgomery County for EV chargers, and then we also were successful in getting a placement with the Chesapeake Conservation and Climate Corps. This is a program funded by Chesapeake Bay Trust and resulted in a fellow being placed in our office for a period of a year at no cost to the city. We have put in for a grant to expand our food waste collection program that we should be hearing about any day now. And I mentioned the CFI, which is that very large federal grant also for EV chargers. We were unsuccessful in the regional coalition application for the climate pollution reduction grant, which was championed by COG. Just a little bit more here about direct pay or elective pay. It's used interchangeably. So that technical assistance program is helping guide the city on how to go after money that previously was only available for taxable entities like businesses. As a tax-exempt entity under the IRA, when we do a clean energy project like buying an EV or installing solar, we're now eligible to get a portion of what we pay into that back as cash from the IRS. So it's a really big deal. We are piloting that with a test case of a 2023 EV Bolt, Chevy Bolt purchase. It's been a really great exercise working with that Lighthouse cohort and just a really good collaboration with the finance department. And we see this as a really excellent funding mechanism for other like future capital projects that we might be thinking about. And just some other updates on the topic of natural resources and climate adaptation. Several focus areas here, again, that fall under the purview of my colleagues, but just wanted to hit some of the highlights. It's been mentioned, the Low Impact Development Center study, which resulted in the 20 recommendations and 14 stormwater projects included in the capital program. The My Rain Plan tool, if you're not familiar, has been deployed on the city's website, which offers residents a no-cost virtual site review.
And then projects at 2 locations at Tacoma Stream Branch and also Brashears Run Outfall have been completed. That's Carlos and Marty stationed at the Stream Branch restoration site. And then the Houston Avenue filtration facility was also complete and funded by a community development block grant. For urban forestry, this past year resulted in 108 requests and then ended up with 176 Tacoma trees planted through Tree Tacoma. And our report from the forestry manager is that the forest canopy remains impressive for a community, for an interurban community of our size. And for environmental restoration, Circle Woods has completed an invasive species removal and a native replanting project that was funded through a PEPCO grant. The work is underway at a second site, Stuart Armstrong, which is also involving invasive removal, planting, and will involve educational programming in collaboration with the local school. So we find it very important that we share what we do, and so we communicate on a regular basis with our community about what we're doing and how these programs are really helping us achieve climate measures in the community. This past year was a reactivation of our e-newsletter, which had kind of been dormant in the period of this position being vacant. I'm now really happy to share we have over 1,000 subscribers, and we've seen a really great increase in our open rate. So we know that people are reading it, and that's a really great thing to hear. We've tried to really utilize all of the city's communication channels, everything from the radio show that's hosted by the colleagues in the city TV, to the Tacoma Park newsletter, social media, and when we do push out important information, we always have a multilingual translation to make sure we're being equitable in our outreach. We maintain an active presence in several regional coalitions. By my count 12, but that might be an undercount. A couple of those are paid networks such as USDN and ICLEI, but those paid networks that we renew on an annual basis are also how we've been able to take advantage of technical assistance opportunities. It is through that membership that we have been made accessible. And we are very keen on engaging with community partners and continue to do that throughout the year, both directly in the city and from the region. Conferences, we've participated in 4 major conferences this year, including a presentation I gave about our multifamily building improvement grant at the USDN annual meeting back in October. And for reporting, we do, part of our work involves reporting to some standardized bodies from both the state level and on a national level, because we also believe that we can't manage what we can't measure or what we don't measure. The Sustainable Maryland Committee achieved full-up participation this year, and I think their intention is to meet with this body in the new year, if that invitation will be available, to talk about their Green Team Action Plan. They have a pretty robust set of goals that they're looking to achieve. But working collaboratively with them, I'm the staff liaison for this committee, we did successfully renew our Sustainable Maryland certification, which is valid for the next 3 years. And not only did we renew it, but we received silver status, which is the highest award category, and we got the most points of any other Maryland community this year at 730 points. That is really a big milestone for the city. Those points are distributed across 10 different action areas, which is pretty hard to do, so we also should be very proud of that. And in tandem, we also report to CDP, which is an international platform that is it's carbon disclosure project or program. We are still yet to receive our rating from this year. We received a C the last year. We did receive some specific feedback on how to improve that score. It's based on a number of different measures, and that should be available in early 2025. Just a quick summary of what we have coming up in the remaining part of this fiscal year. So one of the things that we believe is an important missing tool in our toolbox is a sustainability platform and dashboard where we can do some better public-facing information to share how we're doing on our goals in real time, and to help us measure or collect our metrics better. This is something that we should be eligible for at a very reduced price through our ICLEI membership. We're very excited about it. It would be called ClearPath 2.0. You saw ClearPath earlier when we talked about greenhouse gas emissions. It would be a really great visualization to help the public better understand how we are getting to these goals and what actions are taking place and how those are related to the Climate Action Plan. So work is ongoing with that. Secondarily, we're planning to launch a door knocking campaign. It would not just be door knocking, it would involve many different types of community outreach with a specific focus on the remaining incentives, tax credits, and other assistance for things like electrification. It has been quite a while since we've done something like this to bring in an outside expert. We would absolutely have an equity focus, targeting low and moderate income and some of our harder to reach communities. We think this is important for a few different reasons. Many of these tax credits are likely to diminish at the federal level, and there's a short window for folks to still make use of them. But secondarily, a lot of new opportunities continue to exist at the state level that can save folks a lot of money, who are thinking about doing things like buying an EV, converting something in their home to electric. And this would be our way to really bring in some refined experts to help communicate that to the wider community. And lastly, we'll be launching a grant. We've done several iterations of this grant in the past. This time around, we're calling it Green Homes and Businesses Grant. This would be funding allocated toward small businesses, potentially single-family homeowners and multifamily tenants who are looking to do a variety of different electrification decarbonization projects. And it also would have an equity focus to prioritize funding toward low and moderate income individuals. For upcoming events, we anticipate the return of several events that we've had over the past cycle. If we are successful, we did submit an application last week to also be a host organization with the Climate Corps program yet again. So we'll be pushing out the word about that. If we are indeed selected for a placement, that would be wonderful. The Healthy Homes Fair is a partner event that we collaborate with Electrify DC, Montgomery County, several partners. That is at the DC Armory on March 29th, and we'll be promoting that as well. We've issued a save the date for our April Earth Day celebration for April 26th with a rain date of the 27th, also in the same location as last year, the Stream Valley Park. And then we had an online first round of a green business info session, pulling in several partners who are experts on incentives available to businesses. A part 2 of that, which would be in person, is planned for early May. So to kind of come to the point here about some things coming up in the coming fiscal year, so looking ahead. In specific regard to fiscal year 2026, our budget does include requests for enhancing existing programs. So for example, we are looking to put a bit more money toward that commercial sector program. We find that's really important, and for small businesses to be able to use that bridge funding to get some real electrification projects off the ground. Enhancement of the food waste collection program to include a multifamily pilot. We have put in for a $20,000 grant, but if that is funded, that would mean that we are able just to match that more. We've done some mapping and collected some information to sort of show that we do have an equity gap in that program. Just blatantly a lot less folks who are living in multifamily have access to food waste collection. And even the properties that are eligible, we're seeing less participation. So that would help us expand that. And then continued cross-departmental funding for the multifamily building improvement program, which is, again, a great collaboration between our department and HCD. Meanwhile, we'll continue to look at those cost-saving efficiencies through those technical assistance programs that I mentioned, as well as our partner programs in the county and other wider community, and then capacity enhancement. So to achieve these climate goals, we believe that it is a tight budget year, very well aware, but we think that an additional full-time employee for energy projects may be required, and this is for several reasons. The continued pursuit of grant funds to support energy projects and go after things like elective pay has a pretty small window. What we hear from some of our partners on the ground is that This money may continue to be out there for a short while, but now would be the time to go after it. However, we are strapped at capacity. While we have a full-time grant coordinator who can write the grant, it is a matter of the staff who can implement the grant if it is successful, which is what we are lacking. And it's really those macro level funds that fund those micro level implementation projects, those solutions that are going to get us closer to that net zero target. So that being said, we think that this could look like something in the realm of energy project coordinator is the title we've given it. This office has sustained a one-time full-time employee for quite a long time, but in recent months, the level of requests from our project has proven to be a bit unrealistic. It's, you know, it's a matter of efficiency and growth, basically. We think that adding a position that is specifically focused on energy projects, which could include things like our fleet transition planning, commercial electrification programs, some of the energy reporting, would just really result in faster implementation of these programs and avoid bottlenecks and just really help us operate more effectively. And as I mentioned, yeah, the time is pretty critical to go after that remaining IRA funding before the new administration takes office, when some of it is potentially removed. So just in conclusion here, just a reminder of what's at stake is that our local actions really do have some real economic consequences. This report from Deloitte estimates that climate change is going to cost the global economy over $100 trillion over the next 50 years. And at the same time, the state of Maryland's own climate pollution reduction plan estimates that there's a huge economic opportunity here to continue to invest in this work, over $130 billion, in fact, with thousands of additional jobs in the green energy and clean tech sector. And that's not to mention that this is also contingent on really reducing loss of human life and improving quality of life overall. So I thank you for your time. Happy to answer some questions. And I think, as I mentioned, I will be on maternity leave from mid-January through mid-March, mid-April next year. But the colleagues in Public Works will be able to refer to the best points of contact for the various programs that I've covered tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, first I want to say that was amazing. There's a lot of really, really good information to digest. I have one quick question. So in terms of the grant program that was being proposed, and the one that included single-family homeowners, the green business. I know that at one point, and there was emphasis on low to moderate income individuals. I know that in prior iterations of our energy efficiency grant programs for single-family homeowners where we had income restrictions, there was often not as much pickup in terms of people qualifying. Mm-hmm. Are you thinking that the approach that you might take for something like this, specifically if it's targeting low to moderate income single-family homeowners, are you seeing that there's a need or that there would be more people who would ultimately be eligible for something like that?
Yeah, so I didn't mention this, but we work with another third partner called Building Change Incorporated, who is leveraging different state and also HECAP money from the county to do some electrification projects at low and moderate income single-family homes. I actually just got their numbers today. I think that's resulted in about 4 of the 8 applicants having no-cost solar installed. We are leaning on them to really take the charge of that, and we're promoting their offering to the community. In fact, there's a meeting in January with the Village of Tacoma Park. We've seen that a lot of the lower moderate income also happen to be seniors, and that's one of our great groups to help us reach the population we're trying to reach. So how much this grant, we're really trying not to duplicate services. We're really trying to work in tandem with what Building Change is already doing really well and using the money that they have. But at the same time, if someone is not a fit for that program because they're just outside the income category, what we identified this week is we think that the income requirements that we use for city programs might be slightly different than what Building Change is using, which could also result in some folks being eligible for one, not the other. So we're still in the program design of that. But if that answers your question, we're really trying to work with other folks that are doing that exact same work so that the city's money can go further across different stakeholder groups for that program.
Yes, that answers my question. Thank you so much. Councilmember Hunzak?
Thank you so much. This was a rich presentation. I have a couple questions. One is, I've looking at the big picture. We see the buildings and transportations are the two biggest carbon emissions sources in our city, and obviously there's a certain portion of that that's very difficult to change, just based on the sheer size of our population. But I'm curious. What do you see in terms of putting more emphasis on transportation? And I remember a statistic that really spoke to me. You didn't have it in this presentation, but I think we have like 2.4 or 2.5 cars per household. What do you think it will take for us, besides just electrification of vehicles, to kind of jump over that big hurdle? Is part of the problem that we are not able to get funding for the kinds of things that would be needed, such as improving our public transit to enable, households to reduce their reliance on cars? Or, I mean, when we think big picture, can you just speak a little bit about, you've obviously been wrapping your head around this city and some of the structural challenges we face, but I think it would help us think a little bit outside of the box to hear your thoughts on some of those things, because we're looking at a very steep attempt to go down a very steep curve at a more rapid rate than we're doing right now. And obviously, even doing all the amazing things you're doing and maybe even getting another FTE, I'm not sure we'll get there. And I'm not trying to be cynical. I'm just wondering what it will take and where we can help you to achieve this goal.
Transportation is a really tricky one, and the first part of my answer is probably not very satisfactory, but I'd really like to see our data from COG to see how we've done the past 2 years, and it gets measured in different ways in the inventory process. It is measuring both inflow and outflow traffic from the city, so some of it is not ours, quote unquote, and that's what's a little bit tricky about it. It's also a very regional dependent thing, but as far as what it takes, it is tricky. It's a behavioral change, right? We have in my opinion, a relatively car-dependent community still. So part of that is getting folks to think about EVs, which are still, quite honestly, out of the price range for most folks. So that's why there's a strong emphasis on incentives. But it's not just that. It has to be all this investment in public transit and multimodal transit too, as you pointed out. Through this new grant, we're exploring things like deployment of e-bikes, especially for tenants, because we think that that is a really great solution that could make your commute faster than taking the bus. We also know about the complaints related to the local bus system and why more people don't utilize that. So I'm sorry if this is not very satisfactory. I think it needs to be addressed from all angles. And just with the American consumer love of cars, it is a lot about cracking that EV nut, and that goes hand in hand with charging infrastructure, because the bottom line with that is if you don't have a reliable way to charge your EV at your home or workplace, you're out. I mean, and so we know in a community like ours where at least 50% of people are renting, we don't have a single charger at a multifamily property in the city right now. So that's a huge issue, and that's probably preventing many tenants from owning an EV at those properties. So it's it's a little bit of a shuffle around many different areas.
I appreciate that, and it was a tough question. And just one very specific thing. I've seen over at, I think it's at Lidl, there's like a large billboards where they have charging stations with advertising on them, and I'm presuming therefore that the cost of the charging station itself is offset by this electronic billboards. I don't know enough about it, but I was curious, is that an option that the city has ever had or explored? And do you know anything about those? It looked like a very cost-efficient idea. Yeah.
How the payment structure works, I'm not entirely sure. The ones on private property, I'm a little bit less familiar with. we're really in a deep learning phase about this topic. I would say EV charging infrastructure is something the city was a really fast actor on back almost 10 years ago, I think, or a little bit less. We really were great in doing that, but now it's really time to expand and time to really engage with more of those private property owners. The market of the charger companies who do these installations is much broader than it was back when we did those first installations at the city building, rec center. And the dispersal of how that gets funded and who pays for what, who pays for the advertising, who pays for the install, who gets the revenue from the charging, can the revenue be cycled into a fund? There's a lot of ways it can be structured. Our call with Montgomery County this week about that new grant that we anticipate will lead to a fast charger here for the community center, which would be publicly accessible. That's part of the deal also with that grant, is that Montgomery County would run it, but they have interesting ideas about how to handle the revenue. So there's a lot of ways the agreement can be structured, if that answers your question.
Thank you. Councilmember Landman?
Thank you. Just very quick questions. The first one is in looking at the data, commercial versus residential energy usage. Where do multifamily structures fall in that category? Are they considered commercial or are they considered residential even though they're big multifamily structures?
Yeah, tough one. Depends on the size. Usually they get counted as commercial, but it is a good question I will bring back to the COG with this next round of data, because I don't see in the background of the data, I don't see the size requirements, but in all other ways, multifamily does get counted as commercial, yes.
So when we're looking at the emissions from the buildings, is most of the commercial emissions associated with housing as opposed to the commercial facilities other than housing in the city?
It's a little
more or
difficult
less?
for me to make an assumption, but probably based on the makeup of the built environment in our community and just the number of multifamily housing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just made a comment that was very interesting about the possibility of using electric bicycles as a way to, offset some of the automobile demands, and I think that's very interesting. I assume they need a different type of electrification system install, and which probably takes less than a car, but still substantial if you need one of those plugs to be for a period of time. And when we in previous conversations, the previous council talked about what it meant for people of low and moderate income who are involved in the sector that uses a lot of leaf blowers, and we've just outlawed the gas-powered leaf blowers. And I'm wondering whether the electrification systems that one would put in there would enable us to, serve we have a lot of people in the community in that business, and I think it was Councilmember Honzak who raised this, whether the lack of infrastructure for those people to be able to, power up their equipment at night so they can use it during the day. Is that something that could conceivably be part of the mix so that could help to implement our outlawing of the gas-powered leaf blowers and improve our air quality that way and the quiet? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So you're asking about charging infrastructure for e-bikes. Yeah, I am not an e-bike owner, and perhaps my colleague who over back here who is, but I believe that does not require special charging infrastructure. You should be able to plug it into a normal outlet in your home. The battery's a lot smaller. The batteries also come in different sizes depending on the e-bike, but there should be less restrictions on what it would take to own one of those and have it be reliably charged in your home versus an EV where you really do. Can you technically plug it into your wall outlet? Yes, it's just never going to charge your car, so you really do need the higher voltage cable. But yes, I think that is something that could go hand in hand with other electrification initiatives like the gas-powered leaf blower. It doesn't require anything special typically. Sometimes it's a matter of storage of the e-bike. There's a little bit of concern about fires with the battery sometimes, but I think that safety measures have come a long way, and most people who own one are happy and said they would never go back to a regular bike after that. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, I was assuming you were thinking about some kind of like a corral for e-bikes or something like that being required in multifamily buildings where getting your bike up and down would be unrealistic.
We haven't discussed that, but that's a very interesting idea. Yeah.
Great. Councilmember Schlegel, you'll have the last question so that we can move forward in the agenda.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. Does an inventory exist of what might be called solar ideal buildings or houses? In other words, ones where our efforts to grow the tree canopy aren't going to conflict with, say, south-facing or west-southwest facing roofs that are on streets? Is there any inventory that's been done like that?
Not to my knowledge. On this topic, the city's policy of protecting the canopy is firm, and we've gotten a lot of questions in our office about this as interest in solar has really increased in the community. Certainly, we're not an advocate for removing healthy tree canopy in order to make more sunlight for solar. That's not something we do. For those folks who really do have a shaded roof, we really refer them to community solar, which is an excellent option that can still save people a significant amount of money on their electricity bill. We definitely plan to cover that in full in the next solar session, which we hope to have in June. But an evaluation of the canopy or solar idealness, I don't think that, I have not seen that. It may be out there somewhere.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Thank you. And just a wonderful presentation. Just one other quick question. Do you see our local business community getting into the electrification and the solar installation market? Such as, like, for example, a roofing company getting into installing solar, or a local contractor company getting into that market? I'm thinking about local jobs.
So I would add this work with commercial is a little challenging right now, as we don't have an economic development manager in the position at the city. So it is a little bit of bootstrapping from our office's side to kind of pick up and work with the local business districts on these types of initiatives right now. But the event I mentioned, the Healthy Homes Fair in March, and that partnership with Electrify DC has a huge emphasis on workforce development as it relates to your question. We're a really strong advocate that any vendors from the local area attend that event, because last year it involved a really comprehensive training on exactly that topic. If you're a local contractor looking to move into the space to do these types of electrification work, how to go about that. I think that's a really valuable network. And in fact, one of the technical assistance things that we're a member of is this body that is made up of several local governments working collaboratively with Electrify DC, who's hoping to launch a few different things. And one of them is a workforce development portal, basically to help local businesses understand if they're looking to transition, or if someone is looking for a job in this space, how to go about that. So that's slow progress, but we think that they're going to hopefully make some more moves on that over the course of this year. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dabala, quickly, we have three more items.
This is not a question. This is just a quick comment. Thank you for the presentation. It's a joy to see this program develop over time. The comment is, it's just interesting to be in this position of seeking funds, pushing so hard to get funds. Now we've got the funds. Now we need people to do the work. Very interesting and wonderful position to be in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dory. We really appreciate you and all of the hard work that you've been doing, and all of the work that other staff in partnership with you have been doing. This is amazing to see.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving to our next item, a library construction project update. Get you all going.
Hello. All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here with Deputy Public Works Director Ian Chamberlain to talk about the Library and Community Center redevelopment project. So this is an update. Our previous update was in September. And because we have several new members of council since then, I'd like to take the opportunity to convey some background about the process up to this point. It is late. I will be brief.
Director Jones, can you pull your mic just a little bit closer to you, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm short. Here we go. So this was about as much information as I could fit onto one slide. Honestly, it could be an entire presentation on its own. This project's been in the public record and the public dialogue for quite some time now. The scope has expanded since 2013 as the plans have gone through several rounds of design, presentation, discussion, feedback, and then back to design again between the architect, the city and library staff, city council, and Tacoma Park residents. In an effort to ultimately arrive at what we have here, which is a collaborative, responsive, forward-looking plan that's currently coming to fruition. So some highlights from this timeline include the public survey back in 2013 that kickstarted the endeavor, the 2015 scope expansion initiated by council that led to some reimagined drawings of the potential space. In 2016, council was presented 2 rounds of design choices, ultimately resulting in the earliest version of the current project. At the time, construction costs were estimated to be about $5.3 million, which led the city to take out a $7 million infrastructure loan through the state of Maryland to cover the construction and furnishing of a new library facility. At the same time, the city was awarded $150,000 in state capital grant funds to cover architectural and engineering expenses. That amount was later doubled to $300,000. The first permit application was filed in 2018, and then City Council authorized another contract with RRMM. They originally started as Lukemire and then became RRMM. In 2019 to produce plans detailed enough to execute the vision and provide responsive support throughout the permitting process, especially as we continue to emphasize sustainability in the facility. So we're currently on track to achieve LEED Gold certification. In 2020, the council voted to allow the library staff and city staff to move forward with construction document preparation, permitting application preparation, and to initiate the competitive bidding process. And then, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic hit and shut everything down for a while. Even as the city and RRMM were regrouping and making plans, the global economy and supply chains took quite a hit that significantly impacted the trajectory of this project. And those are effects that we still feel today in terms of our current timeline and cost escalations. Our construction management firm, Arcadis, was contracted in late 2021 as we anticipated releasing an RFP and hiring a general contractor shortly thereafter. Doyle Construction was selected in 2022 at a bid of $9.2 million, and we prepared to break ground in the fall of 2022. Part of preparation for groundbreaking included relocating the library collections, the computer center, and all of our staff over to Hampshire Place at 7505 New Hampshire Avenue. It's a pretty massive undertaking if you've never moved a library before. It is a lot of stuff and a lot of things that have to go in very specific places. A 3-year lease was signed to secure the location through September of 2025. We reopened to the public in October 2022, about the time that a partial notice to proceed was issued while we waited for the final permits to be secured. So as quickly as things moved in 2022, we experienced a collective brake check in 2023 as the permitting process stalled. Between the Montgomery County Department of Permitting Services, WSSC, et cetera, we experienced a host of setbacks and incurred additional costs due to the delay and design changes that were requested before permits were issued. And I'll cover that in more depth on some later slides. But ultimately, the full notice to proceed was given in fall 2023, and we actually have a building framed in now with walls and power and a foundation of things that we'll need to reopen this summer. So while we're excited that it's looking more and more like a finished building, we're still in the thick of it. So I wanted to hold a reminder of what we can expect from the finished facilities in this slide. For one, there's much needed updated infrastructure, including around and underneath the site itself. A major component of this project has been improving stormwater infrastructure and floodplain modifications that will benefit not only the library and community center, but the neighborhood surrounding it as well. Inside the building, we have new HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and energy efficiencies to complement the city's sustainability values, and as we're working towards LEED Gold certification. Once inside the finished facilities, residents are going to have a whole new library that's designed for the way that libraries are used now, with more workspaces and comfortable furniture, power outlets for personal devices, special spaces for different developmental ages and needs, and a program room so that study and reading spaces can be better insulated from program-related noises, which are joyful noises, but they are still a little challenging for folks that are coming in to do something that requires a lot of concentration sometimes. So I've included a visual of the floor plan here to give you another way to visualize the space. We'll have significantly more square footage, but we are not increasing the amount of actual book shelving all that much. The one area that is getting significantly more shelving for books is the young adult or the teen room, because that area of the collection's been growing a lot alongside the publishing industry's approach towards serving that audience, which is really great. Over time in libraries, we're noticing more people bringing in their personal devices. So we're just trying to lean into that by providing more comfortable workspaces. You'll see a lot of tables and chairs, open spaces in there, especially under that clear story. So it's going to be a really lovely place to come in and work. We're really pleased that we can carve out that space for the teens and tweens too. It's good for them to feel invested in that space and for them to understand that we are very invested in them as well. You can see the computer center from this floor plan, where we will again have 2 rooms to serve computer users. The separate rooms will be especially useful for when we want to offer classes with the computers, and we'll be able to do that while others work independently in the other room. The project is often referred to as the library, kind of as shorthand, but it goes a lot further than that. And I think that this floor plan gives a really good idea of how much this is really a library and community center redevelopment. Beyond the library and the computer center, you can see the new lounge, the Mac Lab for media, a renovated senior room, recreation department offices, and gender inclusive restrooms. So there's going to be something for everybody here. The facility is truly a community anchor between the library and the community center. And I think it's going to be a really wonderful asset for all Takoma Park residents. So as you can see in this list, a lot has already been done, a lot of it underground, but not all of it. As of the previous update in September, we are already through the items that are on the left side here, including the final installation of the Maple Avenue stormwater trench. The roof membrane's been installed. The community center 3rd floor window replacements have happened. Most of the exterior masonry work has been completed. A lot of library windows have been installed. And the electrical utilities have been moved out of the floodplain and installed in their permanent positions. And to that, we can now add the following items between September and December. The Philadelphia Avenue stormwater temporary bypass has been installed, and the large diameter pipe installation work has begun. The community center demolition is complete, save for 2 building systems that are slated for relocation, but for the most part, we're past that part. New spaces inside of the community center and recreation offices are also framed, insulated, and have some drywall mounted. So it's been a little while since we've had an update on the trees that were removed from the site, and I do have some good news to share there. There were 3 willow oaks removed from the site before construction began, which was unfortunately necessary because of the extremely limited site plan and the fact that the root systems were tied up in utilities. But just because it was necessary didn't mean that we didn't want to make that sacrifice meaningful. So we contacted an organization called Tree Incarnation to see about reclaiming materials from those trunks to use for interior furnishings. The trees were recently milled and planed, and we were notified that between 1,000 and 1,100 board feet had been reclaimed, which I think is more than we were expecting. But the quality and the grain of the wood are very good. They appear to be well suited for their intended purpose, and I'm hoping that we can use a lot of this material towards furnishing the new library reading room. So in addition to the update about the physical space, we have an update on the financing aspect of this project as well. To date, we spent about 55% of the total available funds, or $8.3 million of $15.225 million. Funds are coming from a variety of sources, including the $7 million municipal bond, $4.5 million from ARPA, $600,000 from the general fund, and $3.125 million from grants. The grants come from a variety of sources, as staff have really worked to source external funding as much as possible, and they include cable grants, state capital grants, and a digital inclusion grant from the Office of Statewide Broadband, and then of course the grant that Dory just mentioned for the solar panel installation. The table here outlines the contingency fund allocations and expenditures. We had an original contingency fund balance of $461,000, or about 5% of the total contract amount with Doyle Construction. As both work and delays progressed, additional contingency funds became necessary, and those were sourced from ARPA funds and additional monies from the general fund. As you can see, the difference between the total contingency funds and the value of current change orders is about $61,000. I will give a more comprehensive overview of the value of the change orders on the next slide. So again, the original contingency fund recommended and adopted in the project budget was 5% of the total contract value. Those funds were intended to account for unforeseen conditions, which we've certainly encountered. Contingency funds are not established to account for this entire suite of change orders and cost escalations that are noted here. Design changes required for the Department of Permitting Services to issue the full permits amount to about $900,000 on their own. The delays we experienced while going back and forth with DPS and often waiting extended periods for their responses cost about $270,000. The amount spent on unforeseen conditions, or what the contingency fund was actually designed to cover, is well within the original 5% of the contract value. And I will note here too that our city manager did convene a meeting with the DPS and county offices to discuss the issues that we encountered. So they're looking into things on their end, and they did acknowledge that we had a difficult experience navigating their processes. So looking forward, our short-term timeline, which gets us through the winter, should see the completion of the new stormwater infrastructure along Philadelphia Avenue, the completion of the utility work, including the stormwater pipes along Philadelphia Avenue, and the WSSE sewer main relocation. The completion of the roof and clear story exterior, detailing all of those final finishes there, the close-in of the interior framing and drywall finishes. And I mentioned the increased shelf space in the teen room a little bit earlier. This was actually like a cost-neutral design decision that was made a few months ago to ensure that we actually had space for those collections. And our RMM has been really good about making responsive changes as we've needed. We'll also have installation of the renovated community center spaces. And we're going to keep working on the areas included in the refit beyond the library and computer center, which includes the restrooms, the second floor restrooms, the removal of the old vault in the game room and improvements to storage spaces, and then the new recreation office layout with the improved recreation customer service window. Looking farther out into the spring and summer of the coming year, work's going to shift in the spring to more critical systems installation and testing. Work inside the community center is expected to match the work in the library, finishing critical systems, finally commissioning the spaces for final delivery to the city. Substantial completion is still looking to be around May, so by the time summer rolls around, construction and renovation of the library and community center spaces should be completed. This will be followed by relocation of the library and relevant recreation department equipment and services back to the site at Maple Avenue, and then reopening to the public. Relocation of a library is a pretty massive endeavor, so it won't be an immediate turnaround, but we are working to plan things out as comprehensively as possible to minimize the closure during transition. The new Hampshire Avenue site lease runs through September 2025, which is after the relocations are completed and some overlap while we transition between the two spaces. So as construction proceeds, the city staff are still working together to make sure that we're all coordinating with the schools and with other neighborhood organizations to try to minimize the impact. City services remain available here. We've had minimal downtime on services and service interruptions. So far, we've managed to get through at least that part of it fairly smoothly. And I don't have any significant changes to the site use plan at this time. We'll communicate if that changes, but this is a slide we used in the last presentation just to illustrate the entire site plan. So thank you, and we can take questions now.
Great, thank you so much. Quick question about the contingency.
Yes.
So the 61,000, let me make sure I am, okay. So, oh, the next one. Oh, yeah, that one.
Cool.
So the net fund of, for contractor expenses of 61,000. So is that, once everything is said and done, what we're anticipating will be the remainder of the contingency funds? I'm trying to make sure I understand what these net funds are.
Right, that's where we are currently. So that has the potential to change. We're hoping very minimal changes, but we're still kind of in the middle of some things. So there is a possibility that that could decrease.
Okay. Deputy City Manager Eubanks.
I don't have anything to add. I was just preparing to answer your question.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I saw the light and I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, so the 61,000 really is, you know, if everything continues the way that it is, the balance of our contingency that would be remaining to be able to carry forward.
Yes.
Are we, and I'm not asking you to read tea leaves, especially not at like 11 o'clock, but yeah, especially for $61,000. But it does kind of sound like, based on where we are in the project, unless something weird happens in the building, that we're a little bit more in a comfortable place, should we say, in terms of, again, stuff could happen, but it's not as up in the air as things were when we were still in the ground. Is that a fair assessment to me?
Yeah, I think so. Like, especially compared to, you know, earlier this year, it certainly feels, I get the sense that it's a much less volatile situation, which isn't to say that we're completely in the clear with it, but it's not, I don't anticipate quite as many large unexpected expenses to come up.
And I agree with that. However, we aren't fully out of the ground yet, and there are, as Director Jones alluded to, there are still two subterranean issues that or subterranean portions of the project that we're still working on. And so trying to answer definitively if, you know, I think what you're getting at, Mayor, is there going to be a request for additional funds?
That's where I'm going.
Right.
You know, without being very explicit.
I guess I'll say two things. One, City Manager DeSpirito had the city staff apply for a federal earmark. That was not for the library, it was for mental health counselors. However, if we receive that earmark, it will free up a significant portion of other money that could be applied to the library. That earmark is out of committee, but we haven't heard anything more.
Yeah.
And with the change in leadership, we're just keeping our fingers crossed that we'll actually receive those dollars. Come January, if we haven't made a decision, you will probably hear again from us with a plan to address the small contingency.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember DeBala.
Do we know what the, where the contingent, where the earmark is going into? Is it going into the supplemental for the disaster relief, or is it going into the one after that?
Yeah, the earmark was approximately $800,000 request through Congressman Raskin's office, ostensibly for supporting, there was originally some funding in ARPA that was for the mental health counselors. And if we don't have to utilize funds that we've already allocated for that by virtue of getting this grant, then that, I think what Deputy City Manager Eubanks was saying was that would, you know, should we receive the grant, that could free up, so to speak, what we had otherwise earmarked for those mental health counselors, or at least some portion of that, to assist with any additional overage i.e. contingency, should we need it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough. Do we know, if it's out of committee, there must be some place in some bill that it's been put?
I don't think either of us know offhand,
Okay.
but we can try to find that info. and get back
It's
to you.
not important. I just was curious, because some of them are going through, some of the bills are going through, some of those bills are not, yeah.
Yeah, and I would add, when Madam Mayor and I met with Congressman Raskin just weeks ago, and first of all, thanked him for his efforts in championing this, but he himself said he was uncertain as to,
Yeah.
the ultimate fate of that. There's a lot of variables at play right now, but he certainly is supportive and he and the staff are doing what they can do.
Were you done?
No, are you done?
I have one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
So the other question I had, it may be too soon to ask this question, but in contrast to the community center's original construction, this project had a separate construction manager overseeing it, which costs money, but I was just wondering if we know yet whether we thought that was worthwhile.
I can say definitively on behalf of Deputy
Yeah, I figured.
Director Chamberlain as well as Director Jones that it has been very much worthwhile. Ian, did you want to comment further?
On scales of magnitude, the amount of money we put into the construction management firm and their expertise, and specifically the capabilities to get into the contracts, to get into the specifications, and define the definitions and bring them back up to daylight when going through terse interactions with all parties involved. The dollars in equal tens of thousands of dollars of savings. So
Thank you, that's really
it's-
reassuring to hear.
yeah, I'm happy to have the partners that we have on this project across the board in both the build team and with the management side. But the dollars we've spent on management have absolutely paid us dividends. So.
Councilmember Hanzak?
Super quick question, and thank you very much for this presentation. Can you just remind me, how long did it take for us to move, once you started to move from this library to the other library, just to give us a sense of how we might imagine ourselves when we get to the summer and the timeline? Thanks.
Sure. So I think it will depend on how quickly we can get back into the building, like after the entire punch list is knocked out and everything. But it took us, I want to say it was about 6 weeks of being closed to get over to New Hampshire Avenue. I think that once we start the move back over here, the shelving will already be up. We're going to try to have a shelf mapping plan already ready to go, and things are necessarily going to shift around because we're shelving on shelves that we haven't done that with yet. But I'm hoping that can be a starting point, at least, to work around.
Great. Councilmember Schlegel?
Last week's council meeting, we were discussing just the possibility of maintaining the New Hampshire Avenue site. And so I wondered whether you could just give us a sense of what the lease cost has been for that and whether there's even a possibility of extending that.
We have met with the landlord and kind of tried to explore what some of our options might be. We haven't priced them out just yet, and it would kind of depend on what sort of vision we have for that space. It could be divided. That floor plan could be smaller, so it wouldn't have to remain at that site in the current size that it is now. That space could be divided, which would bring down the cost of the lease, I'm sure. So I'm in the middle of kind of preparing a hypothetical budget for that, just to see if we can get some rough numbers together. But we have started to kind of contact our partners and see what that has the potential to look like.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no more lights, thank you very much. This is exciting. Once I heard drywall, I'm like, what? We're close to drywall? This is awesome.
It is exciting.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Have a great night. Okay, we are nearing the home stretch. I'm not even going to ask for a vote to continue going because if you say no, then that means we have to come back next week to go on recess. So, all right. So the next item is the voting item on budget priorities. All right. Okay. So based on our discussion last week, what was done, myself and Councilmember Dabala worked with city staff to just make sure that the draft resolution reflected what we heard, and we really tried to focus on those areas where it was very clear that there was clear consensus, either through the discussion or through the results from the survey. So for example, we tried to stick with the language that was in the questions that you answered, and if the majority voted. So for example, with the housing efforts, we tried to stick with the language that was in the survey because we knew that that was the language that the majority had agreed to. So the resolve clauses did align more so with what was in the survey that received the majority of the council approvals. And so what we're going to do now, because I know that Councilmember Landman had some amendments that she would like to propose. So given that this is our first time doing this, I just want to kind of walk folks through it so you know what to expect. We first have to move the resolution, right? So I'll ask, would someone like to move the resolution? Someone will need to second it, right? Then once that happens, this resolution is on the floor for us to discuss and modify. And then we could talk about it, and it could be Councilmember Landman wanting to walk through what her thoughts were and the like, and then there could be proposals for an amendment. Then we would have to vote on amendments, and then we would have to ultimately vote on the final version of the resolution, okay? All right, so first, would someone like to move the resolution adopting the FY26 budget priorities?
So moved.
Councilmember Dabala, Councilmember Honzak seconds. All right. So now this resolution is on the floor for us to discuss. Any points of discussion? Councilmember Landman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I apologize in advance if I make mistakes in procedure as I learn my way. I proposed a handful of suggestions about the draft resolution with the intention of trying to clarify a couple of things. And then I had some discussions with council members one-on-one and got advice and feedback on those, and sent around a second version that was modified in, I don't mean to suggest that anybody who gave me their advice has endorsed what I've done with the modifications, but I found people's input very helpful. And so perhaps the most efficient thing, if people have a copy of the proposed modifications in front of them, and I don't know, I sent them to the clerk, if you wouldn't mind giving them to council members, that might make things easier. Perhaps the most efficient thing would be for me, Madam Mayor, to walk through them, the ones in the first set of clauses in the resolution, and then maybe separately talk about that before we would move to the second.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
That sounds good.
Okay. So,
Point of order? Point of order, at some point, do they need to be formally proposed and seconded? but not now.
Not now.
Got it.
I think the goal right now is for Councilmember Lamon to talk through her process, decide on which of the amendments she would like to continue to move formally propose. Then we would vote on the amendments, and then if they have a majority, they'll pass.
Okay, and when the time comes, you'll indicate whether we want to have one amendment or a series of amendments for the different clauses. Okay. So beginning with the first clause in the resolution about, or the first recommendation that I was suggesting, it has to do with what we say about, I can't getting used to my new computer, sorry. What we say about housing and the first bullet. And I have recommended adding the phrase supporting affordable and middle-income housing development and climate-related building improvements. Now, I recommended the addition of the word affordable and because I think that the discussion that we had, plus the responses to the survey indicated a great deal of support for continuing efforts focused on affordable housing. And since the resolution as drafted specifically mentioned middle-income housing, I felt like it needed a balance to include affordable and. If we were to remove the specifics about middle-income housing, perhaps it wouldn't seem that the mention of one and not the other indicated that was a priority over affordable housing. But my goal was to indicate that the support for activities protecting and preserving, et cetera, to quote our values or statement or our mission statement, I thought that was important to include. So that's why I added the words affordable and. Later on in the clause, you can see that I've added the phrase and climate-related building improvements. And that is because we did have a discussion among ourselves about how some people, that was not, climate per se was not a high priority item when we looked at the hierarchy, but that a lot of people were making the assumption that these climate programs that are so important and reflected in our climate emergency resolution and so forth still had the support of the council. And then I have to admit that looking at the sustainability materials going into today's meeting and the strong focus on the emissions associated with residential and commercial, meaning larger multifamily housing, is a huge component of our greenhouse gas footprint. And therefore, since other specific things were called out, in notably tenant advocacy, rent stabilization, I thought that the climate-related improvements in buildings, which I know the staff has been working very hard on, and we just heard a great presentation about, that belonged in the list, just to indicate how important we consider our efforts to meet our climate goals. So that's my explanation for that set of recommendations, those two phrases in the first bullet. Shall I stop there?
It would be helpful to pause. So I don't have a problem with adding affordable and. I think, though, with the climate-related building improvements, the main purpose of the bullet continue to advance the city's housing efforts by updating and implementing housing policies, right? And the climate-related building improvement work, because we are talking about budget, fiscal, I consider those to be like grant programs or funding, not necessarily a housing policy. Right. And so if it is the case that the council wants to make sure that it is a priority that we are sending message to staff, continue to fund or put money in the budget to make sure that we're able to fund these types of grant programs that we are doing through HCD and housing and with the sustainability manager. That to me is a different thing. It would be totally different if we were talking about, and I'm going to pick on Councilmember Dabala, when we went through the process of trying to make sure that we had aligned some of our multifamily building efficiency requirements with what's in the county. I know we went through that process quite a bit, and that was more of a policy perspective. But this to me is meaning from a budgetary perspective, we would need to make sure that staff knows to add money to the budget to fund these programs, which is different from, hey, let's make sure that staff are spending time to work on things like displacement or rent stabilization or continuing to write the regs that would help to foster the development of affordable and middle income housing.
Shall I respond to that?
Yeah, how you want to do that?
Or would you, yeah.
Sure. Actually, let's let other council members speak, and then we'll see. Councilmember Honzak.
Yeah, I wanted to add that I'm not, the addition of affordable, I understand where that's coming from, but maybe from a different perspective, I wouldn't necessarily add the word affordable, because this is a single year budget prioritization exercise as written. And I think it's really important that we're super lucid about what it is that we're trying to tell the staff in terms of the budget. And we've just made some fairly substantial policy and budgetary decisions about our affordable housing in terms of the new pilot programs and funding that we put there. And so I feel like that's already been done. So now that's clear in the policy, and this is seeking to provide additional clarity. And I think the additional clarity here is the emphasis on, are there other things we can do to explore middle income housing in the city? And for me, that actually ties a little bit to some of our economic development goals as well. Anyway, personally, I would not therefore include the affordable, and likewise with the climate-related building improvements, I just don't feel like that belongs here under this priority. To me, that's a separate issue.
Councilmember DeBall.
Thank you. I was going to say that the climate-related building improvements is also a policy issue for this coming year, because the county is taking on some, there's the part 2 of the building performance standards, and there's another one. I forget which one it is right now, because it's kind of late, but there are a couple of policy pieces to it. So if the word improvements troubles you, we can change that, or alternatively, we can stick the word housing policies and programs in that bullet. So I guess I'm saying I'm not troubled by having it in there if people agree that that's stressing the connection between climate and transportation, as opposed, climate and housing, as opposed to climate as a separate thing that we voted on separately. If people are okay with the concept, I think there's wording things that we can do to make to bridge the concern you've got about there not being policy. There is policy. And affordable, I can go either way.
Okay. Westland. I'm sorry, Councilmember Westland. Just so everyone knows, her name is misspelled here.
I guess my question is, and maybe this is just how you define IE, is staff taking this to mean that we want, say, 4 bullet points, tenant advocacy, rent stabilization, or is this a
such
8 or 10 and here are 4? Yeah, so I'm trying to understand, because that makes a difference to me.
City Manager DeSpirito and Deputy City Manager Eubanks, would you like to weigh in on how, because I know that we tried to make sure that we were rooting this in the questions, or the way the questions were formulated for the study, for the survey that we responded to. Because I know that, well, I just know that some of the items that were listed here really were geared towards HCD staff that were going to have to be put in the place to kind of work on a lot of different policy related things that might warrant consultants right? So, if we are doing things like looking at our rent stabilization laws, for example, and see whether or not we need to update that, that would require there to be perhaps, a fiscal impact, because we may need additional help to have folks do the necessary studies so that we would know and be in a better place to decide on how we want to proceed.
Parsing the desires of council and being specific about them would be very helpful. We would take your parentheses literally. As you said, Mayor, there are potentially competing priorities, and having council define explicitly what the priorities are that we ought to be focusing on when there could be 10 of them would be incredibly helpful. At least for that category.
At least for this category. And so if, in terms of the point around the climate-related building improvements, so from the staff's perspective, would you consider that to be something that you would work on from a policy perspective or a program perspective? Because they're different things. And so, Councilmember DeBala, when you said, we could say policies and programs, you've just blown the scope a lot. So basically, it would basically commit every single housing-related sustainability project to be automatically front-loaded in the budget. Every single housing program that we have to automatically be included as part of the budget. And I don't think that that's what we were trying to get to, at least with this original bullet, knowing that we were going to have to deal with aspects of displacement policies. We still have to deal with the regs for the housing credits, and staff have to work on that. This was more around how can we make sure that the priority issues that we know exist, we have the staff capacity and may expect to see items added to the budget that is proposed to us to better help them with filling those gaps.
Staff and HCD.
Staff and HCD.
I found that comment very helpful, Deputy City Manager Eubanks, that if it says IE, that means to you that is, and if it says EG, it means for example, and you have very different outcomes depending on which of those you say. I think that your suggestion about including and programs, Councilmember DeBala, if indeed we have a specific list and the list is an IE list and not an EG list, then I would say it does not actually blow up to be each and everything it could possibly be. It's still a narrow list, some of them being policies, maybe one of them or more being programs, but it's only the ones on the list specifically mentioned here that we would be identifying. And we did just hear from the sustainability manager about the importance of having in place staff to implement the policies and programs like the energy conservation and rehabilitation programs, that the ones here that I'm talking about when I say climate-related building ones. We can be perhaps more narrow or specific if need be, but it does make me feel even more the importance of making sure that this does remain a priority, whether it should be in a separate bullet that focuses on conservation or climate rather than being incorporated with the housing bullet. I would say, looking at those pie charts that we saw, that sustainability equals climate equals energy conservation in these buildings, given how high a percentage of the emissions are associated with residential and large commercial housing. So that would be my case for perhaps including the and programs word, but keeping to an IE list and not an EG list, if you will, because it does remain narrow that way.
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the amendments that are on the floor. Are you continuing to suggest the language that the edits that have been provided, or are you amending that to say policies and programs?
Or then say multifamily.
Y'all are going down it seems like folks are going down a path of trying to add a priority related to sustainability and climate. And if that's what people, if that's what's being proposed, then that needs to be a separate amendment. So is I'm sorry, my mic is going out. Hello, can folks hear me? All right. All right, I'm back. Okay, Councilmember Slagle.
I'm okay with keeping both the word affordable and the climate-related building improvements, because I think we've reached a point now when we're looking at the just 10 years left to hit the net zero goals, that everything we do about housing has to incorporate our climate goals. And I feel that climate-related building improvements do increase the affordability for owners and renters. And so for that reason, I think that they go hand in hand, and it's nice to see them together. And I'm also okay with just leaving it at policies if we want to be narrow, because certainly there might be policies that could, as I mentioned last week, get into easing the construction of accessory dwelling units, which would create more affordable housing. So that's just my comment. Yeah.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. I looked at it when I saw the comments earlier from a more simplistic point of view, in that, and I agree with you, Mayor, that the priorities were what the priorities were, and if that one didn't rise to the priorities that were levied here in the survey, that we probably shouldn't have it there. And so that was my thought.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Okay, so we're going to call the vote. It sounds like we should take separate votes. The first is the amendment of adding affordable and to the middle income, and the second is adding and climate-related building improvements. Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment adding affordable and middle income housing, please say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Can I see those hands? 1, 2, 3, 4. Any opposed?
No, you know what? I oppose. I
Okay.
don't think it's necessary. I just.
No,
Sorry,
I hear you.
Don't think it's necessary.
Okay. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2. Okay, so we'll keep that. All right. All those in favor of the amendment of the addition climate-related building improvements, please say aye.
Aye.
Can I get hands raised? 1, 2, 3. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Does it pass? All right. The next item is amendments maintain to the, I guess, the second resolve clause, maintain continuity of current fiscal year city services with recommendations from department heads and the city manager for economizing measures if continuity of all service levels and staffing cannot be achieved under FY26 budget restraints. Councilmember Landman, do you want to speak to that amendment?
I would like to explain a little bit why I offered it, but I think I would withdraw this amendment in the end. I offered it because I felt that we were asking the city staff to provide us with a budget within the constraints of keeping the tax rate even, and at the same time maintain continuity of current fiscal year services, which, given the budget forecast that we saw last week, seemed like a very, very tall, if not impossible, order to have those two things be there. So I was trying to signify my desire to have the city's staff and experts give us their recommendations of ways in which we could, through economizing measures, come as close to that as possible, but perhaps, for example, retain a service, but not at that level of service, that sort of thing. But I've been advised that that level of detail is probably not necessary because they're going to give us that advice anyway. But I did just want to signal to them that I see what a difficult task we've given them, and that sometimes it would be helpful to have things presented in a, you could try this or you could try that. These are the two things that would get you to the budget numbers. But, if that's going to happen in its own due course, then perhaps this language is unnecessary. But that is the intention behind it. So I perhaps feedback is useful from the city staff. I'm not sure, but that was the reason that I've withdrawn it.
So thank you so much, Councilmember Landman, for that. I think City Manager, could you please just talk a little bit, because I know that sometimes on council we'll say, oh, give us 50,000 scenarios, and that should be easier. And a lot of times it's not. But can you talk a little bit about some of the things that you're already putting in place so that you can have some of these discussions around maybe providing city services, but thinking about more efficient ways to provide them so they're more cost effective? I'm just trying to make it clear that while it's a difficult task that we're asking in terms of continuing to provide city services, that it's not completely impossible for you to be able to provide those priority services, given the constant tax rate, but also being able to work with your staff to make some hard choices about ways in which those services can be provided.
Thank you. Yeah, the first thing I would say is that it's part of the normal annual process of developing a budget by initially for your consideration. The city manager's proposed budget is a culmination of a lot of work by the departments, as I believe you all know, to assemble a budget. And a part of that exercise each year, and that's been my experience with all the cities I've worked with, including this one, is to, in addition to looking to best address the needs of the mayor and council as reflected in your goals and priorities, it's to also look for ongoing efficiencies, to look at historical data, budgetary data, maybe for the last several years in particular, and any other ideas or best practices and suggestions that come our way on ways that we can spend less where we can, because we're always dealing with an upward pressure due to inflation. And there's a lot of things that we do not control the cost of, a lot of contracts and services and commodities and things that are necessary to provide key services to the public that, again, we don't control that inflationary upward trend in cost. So, yeah, we're always working on efficiencies. This year, in addition to that, and that is one of my expectations of the departments, and I'm beginning my scrub of proposals starting next week. So it is earlier in the process. But we also have gone out to the public. We've gone out to the employees, and we have received suggestions and ideas with respect to ways to save money. So that's some additional information to work with as a staff as we build our budget for you. And we'll continue to, certainly when we just presented to you the city manager's FY26 budget forecast last week, and we're more than aware of the hill we have to climb financially, particularly if we're proposing to not adjust, increase the property tax rate. And we're also cognizant of inflation, and we're cognizant of the ARPA money pretty much tapped out. So we know that more than ever, finding efficiencies is a really critical component of the exercise that we're doing. So does that come close to answering your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Honzak?
I just want to be clear, because I had the opportunity to discuss this one-on-one with Councilmember Landman, and and understand the spirit in which this was being requested. I have a question, I guess, for the management, senior management, to just clarify what you're saying. So is it more useful or less useful for us to provide a greater level of specificity here about council direction on cost savings in light of our fiscal needs as a city? I'm hearing what I think is it's helpful for you to navigate with a little bit less specificity right now as you try to do that. And that's what I think I'm hearing, but I want to make sure that I'm really hearing that correctly.
Yeah. I believe that having something a little more general is better than specific, in that if you've outlined some general goals and priorities, things that you're trying to emphasize, there's maybe multiple ways for staff to devise ways to deliver that. If we're receiving very, I'll say, more specific direction, then that narrows our ability to present alternatives to you, because you have kind of said, hey, I do it this way, do it that way, as opposed to you give us a goal and we can propose to you ways that we could get there, and then you could respond as a council, ultimately through the budget process. Well, that's acceptable, or it's not, or this needs to be modified, or whatever. But I think having a more, at this early stage, being more general is probably more helpful to staff, because we can work within broader goals more creatively and resourcefully than if we're kind of pigeonholed to very specific ideas.
Thank you. That is extremely helpful. And that would include, therefore, just for our newer council members, as we go through the budget process, that if, for example, you should find that certain trade-offs that you're proposing or pathways to get there might involve cuts to things that we are not comfortable with, then we would have the option to say, hey, maybe we do need to increase, let's say, the tax rate, because that is not something we're willing to live without, and that is something we can still do as part of that process. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Schlegel?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the question I had was not fully understanding how the process plays out in, say, January and February. If, as we pass this resolution tonight, are we locking in that the tax rate would be 0.5522, or, you know, I know I've seen budget processes where there was a mid, a high, and a low sort of executive summary kind of option. And in light of what Mr. Olson said earlier in the evening, he's saying that he's speaking for residents who would like to see a 2.5% increase rather than 4.5, which would mean a lower tax rate. I'm just wondering whether this is a bridge we're crossing right now, or are there scenarios in which you do entertain saying, I'll give you not a full-fledged, 200-page budget with a higher tax rate or a lower tax rate, but I'll just show you roughly how this might be achieved in a one-pager or a two-pager?
Okay. Yeah, and that's a very good question. I'm glad you asked it, actually. I interpret this resolution as a statement of intent, an aspirational message from the mayor council at this early stage. I don't interpret it as there is no way, no how that staff can or should, under any circumstance, deviate from any of this. We'll propose a balanced budget that we believe professionally meets as many of your goals as we can. And you ultimately will have, as a body, an opportunity to tell us whether that comes close to the mark or not. And if there's things like the tax rate are going to be a vehicle, a mechanism to get to, either leaving it alone or adjusting it. If adjusting it, then it's a vehicle to get to a place you as a group want to be. At this early point, I can't say for sure what I'm going to recommend. I haven't even seen the department's proposals yet. And we do know that in the broad brush sense that we presented last week was that if you just took the current level of service and range of services and applied a inflationary factor to it, and even though we don't have total confidence in the revenue numbers, we're making estimates at this stage. We're just giving it our best estimation. Ultimately, when we get, I receive all that harder cost proposal and I see better what the revenues are going to be, and we fashion a balanced budget for your consideration. I want to make sure that you feel as a mayor and council, you have the flexibility to look at that proposal and say, okay, well, there's things that can be adjusted. We'll agree with, we agree with a certain amount of this, or we agree with all of it, or we agree with none of it. Those are all within your purview as a council. But I want to make sure that that staff at this stage and you all don't feel you're necessarily locked in to something like that, so that you maintain some flexibility to respond to the proposal that the administration ultimately brings to you.
I think, too, and thank you, Councilmember Schlegel, for asking that question. It's important for us all to keep in mind that the determination of the tax rate falls with the council. So we decide on the tax rate. We decide on the stormwater rate. We decide on all of that. The purpose of this exercise is to send an early signal to staff about where we want to start those discussions, right? In the past, it was one where carte blanche, all of the great stuff that we said we've wanted to do ever in life, come up with a budget and present it to us. And then it was up to the council to then have to try to nitpick and figure out where to pull. This approach allows us to say, the sky is not the limit. We want you to start assuming that there's a tax rate that's flat. We want you to start making sure that these core policy areas or programs related to them are captured in the budget. And then from there, we make additional decisions about what we want to have happen. So it's not necessarily that this is the final direction of the end, but this allows us to have a more reasonable starting point. So as we are going through the process with the budget, as we are presenting, staff are presenting all of their items, as we're asking questions, as residents are reaching out to us, the budget will evolve over budget season, but at least we're starting at a place of general agreement, meaning council consensus on where we want the city management to start.
Yeah, this is incredibly helpful to staff to have this type of information from the start. This is very instructional to the department heads and to my team. But it's a resolution, not an ordinance.
Right.
And so it's a statement of mayor and council's intent at this moment, but it's not a law. And in that respect, you maintain ultimately you have flexibility at a later date to maybe even adjust some of the things you have in here. If as a body you ultimately decide, hey, we're going to emphasize something else or this more than that. But this is a great place for staff to begin to understand what your collective thinking is as we begin to do our work in meeting your goals and priorities.
Great, thank you so much. So wanting to keep us moving before it's tomorrow, and we're getting close. So Councilmember Landman, do you want to withdraw this amendment?
Yes, I mentioned at the beginning, the amendment in this bullet, I do not wish to offer. I'm going to withdraw that.
Excellent. We withdraw that back.
And the suggestions in bullets number 2 and bullet number 4 are purely for clarification of the meaning of the text and hopefully don't require much in the way of further explanation. I'm not sure about the maintain being maintain or maintains being the proper usage, but it struck me that maybe maintain would be more consistent with the use of the term continue than maintains. So it's just a grammatical agreement that I was looking for there. But so with respect to the recommendation for bullet number 3, perhaps I should just read the sentence out loud, or maybe you would like to, Madam Mayor? I have it in color, so it's easier for, I don't know if yours are color too.
No.
I can read the, would
Go
you like?
right ahead.
Okay. I suggested adding, this bullet reads, for those at home who are not reading along, continue to explore alternative and additional revenue sources, including the impact of modifications to the commercial property tax rate and the railroad and utility tax rate. That is the initial text. I am recommending that we say, continue to explore alternative and additional revenue sources, including the impact of modifications to the commercial property tax rate, the railroad and utility tax rate, and city fees for, e.g., vacant buildings and parking. Now, my explanation for the addition of the city fees for, e.g., vacant buildings and parking is that this is the clause in which we are talking about identifying additional revenue sources. Only tax sources that had been discussed are listed in the initial draft, and I have nothing against that exploration, but I did hear, I know from talking to other council members and residents that there is a lot of support for investigating vacant building fees. I think fees is the word that was used in your initial proposal, City Manager, and as opposed to taxes, and I know you have your reasons for that, which sound like good ones to me. And parking fees was actually discussed. It's in the course of our conversation last week, and the chief of police and others are interested in exploring those. And so adding them is not intended to be, very intentional to say only those, but those are among the ones that were mentioned, and I wanted to make sure that they remained on the table as a priority because they generate revenue and they are both good policy. So that's why.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure. So I took the city manager presentation as things that you all are actively doing. So city fees and especially for parking. I know we're looking at parking. But so I wasn't really clear on, for the purpose of the city fees, like what would we expect for the staff to bring back to council during the budget process? Whereas I know that for modifications to the commercial property tax and railroad and utility tax, those have tax rate implications. And then the vacant buildings, that, because we've gone down this path of a vacant property tax many times, that's not a fee, it's been discussed as part of a tax, and the tax the challenge is trying to identify where those vacant properties are. So there's more involved in terms of vacant, if you're meaning like vacant properties.
Councilmember DiBala was kind enough to give me a bit of a mini course on this earlier, and so I'm going to defer to her to explain it. But the phrase "vacant building fees" was the one that was used in the original document that we received from the city manager. So I presume that he and Councilmember DiBala have the same knowledge in this area, and that's why the word "fees" was used specifically. Sorry, Councilmember DiBala, but that's what you get for trying to educate me.
If I may, I think so I agree with your point that these two are in process and they're not something that has to be presented to us during the budget. What I think the intention was building fees, registration fees.
Right.
Not property.
Not vacant property taxes.
Right.
Okay. So vacant,
Vacant building fees, yeah, the building registration fees, I guess is the word that's missing. But sorry, I turned off my mic. But the point being, my question is, do you need council direction, approval, whatever, to work on the parking fees, the vacant building registration fees? I can understand why you would want direction. I could understand why you would want direction on commercial property tax rate, railroad and utility tax rate. That's probably why they were specifically asked for in the survey. Do these other two rise to that level? It seems to me like maybe they don't.
If the question is, do we need additional formal direction to look at vacant buildings fees and parking? No, we're doing that. We're also doing the others already as well. And I know there's been primarily because there's been interest expressed by the previous mayor and council that we do so.
Councilmember Lynn.
I think that it's clear that these are all topics on the agenda for you that you're already looking at. By including the fees as well as the taxes in this list, I consider that a signal that we encourage you to look at both the taxes and the fees as you continue to explore alternative revenue sources. So to me, it is consistent to mention them all if we're mentioning any of them, because we are trying to say, or at least I was hoping that what we are trying to say is both of these are valid categories. Both taxes and fees are valid categories that we do want to signal to you to continue to explore. They were put on the table initially by the city manager, so presumably that would be something that you wouldn't object to. So
No,
that's why.
I have no objection. My staff and I don't have any objection to reference to fees. You just and city fees, perhaps just period. We're doing that.
But I do think it's important that people don't lose sight of the purpose of the resolve clause. Be it further resolved that the city manager and staff prepare a recommended budget that incorporates or present cost estimates for council priorities within the following parameters. So are we asking for cost estimates or a budget that incorporates some aspects of a fee structure that the council needs to decide? And I would say that no, that falls outside of what we would need for the purpose of the budget. The reason the commercial property tax rate was added was because there was discussion about the possibility of having a commercial tax rate that is different from a single family property tax rate. The reason why we have the railroad and utility tax was because there was a debate on whether or not we would ultimately want to try to adjust that tax rate this cycle. So, and those would be council decisions that would need to have information from staff in order for us to deliberate on that, in order for us to make sure that when we're creating the final resolution regarding the tax rates, we've made that decision. I'm not seeing where we need that same level of specificity for the purpose of the budget as it relates to parking fees or as it relates to vacant building registration fees. Those are things that of course would be worked on, but wouldn't be necessary to be worked on within the constraints of the purpose of this resolution. So I'm just really trying to make sure that we're staying focused on what the overall purpose, which is to give you all direction on what we need you to present to us so that we can make decisions about the budget.
I think what you've said makes perfect sense, and that's true, that there was, council did specifically ask about commercial property tax rate and railroad and utility tax rates, and in the context that you described. Fees are something that we're naturally going to look at. Some perhaps will be recommended for adjustment, some will not. And it's not going to be within a certain, I mean, they might all each be different in terms of how we even look at them. So we're fine with the original language if that's what council prefers.
Okay. Councilmember Westlaw.
I hope this is a constructive suggestion and not dropping a bomb of sorts. I wonder if that bullet point about exploring additional revenue sources would make more sense in the first resolve. Because if we put it there, because I think it is important that we're trying to elevate, we want to have more information about additional revenue sources. It might make more sense in the first one where we're saying, here are budget priorities, housing, safety, and then a fiscally sustainable government is one of our priorities. Whereas the second resolve then is, here's the parameters, current city services, here's a tax rate, 17%. And I wonder if that makes it a little more, the first one is big picture thinking, and the second is here's some hard numbers and parameters in a black and white sense. Does that, I wonder if that helps.
Well, I think where the discussion is kind of getting a little lost, because I see the commercial tax rate and railroad and utility tax rate as hard. I consider those hard. Those are things that this council, if you want to muck around, and I'm not trying to assume that people are going to want to do that, but I've already heard some inklings that there's discussions about the commercial tax rate. Well, if that is something that people want to discuss as an option when we are determining tax rates, then the staff should be prepared and present the budget and be prepared to have a work session focus on these alternative taxes that we may have an ability to adjust, especially if the council wants to adjust them during the FY26 budget formulation process. So if these are things that we're saying, hey, just whenever you have time, get to them, you would include them in the priority section. But what I'm saying is, I don't think the commercial property tax and the railroad and utility tax rate are those things. I think that they are things that will need to, at least at a minimum, be discussed during this budget cycle so that folks are in a better position to feel comfortable with saying, yes, we're going to keep the tax rate the same for both single families and commercial. Councilmember DeBoer. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Schlegel. I just saw you late.
Thank you, Mayor Searcy. Councilmember Westlake, to your point, I do agree now that I look at it that bullet, it sets priorities for what we want to do as opposed to priorities for how the budget proposal is formulated. And then in light of our discussion and just thinking about the city code, it is entirely in the purview of you as the city manager, Manager DeSpirito, to set parking fees. And you don't need to consult with the city council, I think, according to code on that. So I would be comfortable with striking the parking fee, the parking part. For vacant buildings, I'm just not clear on whether that would represent some kind of new policy. I recognize that from a fee standpoint, perhaps it requires more police monitoring and coverage when we have a vacant building, or more code enforcement. And so there's a point to be made. It's not a pure tax, but it's a fee to cover the cost of the city's increased oversight of those properties. But is that something that's a standard kind of fee that's already within your set of options that you think about, or is it something fresh that's kind of an innovative or experimental idea?
We currently have vacant building fees. And just so council knows, the number of vacant buildings in the city is very small. And so effectively any change to the vacant building fee, and honestly, in addition to the parking, is not going to generate a lot more revenue.
Thank you.
Councilmember DeBoer.
Oh, I was just going to say that I think I think we don't need vacant buildings and parking in this, and I do think that, I appreciate Councilmember Westlake's suggestion, but I think at this hour, I'd be happy to just leave it where it is.
Okay. All right. Let's vote. Okay. All right. So it sounds like the motion on the table is to add and city fees for e.g. vacant buildings and parking. All those in favor of adding that language, please say aye. Okay. We got 2. All those opposed? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Abstain?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to cut that language. Let's stick with the original. And I would like to propose that we consider the edits made to the final bullet as friendly amendments, because I triple checked it. You're absolutely right. Like, the formal name is the reserve policy, and the policy doesn't specify above. It just says 17%.
Precisely my intention, so I'd certainly like to consider it a friendly. All of my amendments are friendly, but this one is extra special, end of night friendly.
Well, if it's friendly, then that means we don't have to vote on it. So Councilmember Devala, you agree that these are friendly amendments? Yeah. Awesome. Okay. All right. So let's get ready to vote on this whole thing. All right. All those in favor of the amended resolution adopting the FY26 budget priorities, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? All right. Awesome. Now, drum roll. Would someone like to move the Thank you, Councilmember Honzak.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman, for seconding the resolution providing for council's winter holiday recess. Any points of discussion?
I think that, if I could be recognized, I think that rest is a good thing for organizations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Of the resolution providing the council's winter holiday? Everybody say aye.
Aye.
Do I have any opposed? Do you have any abstain? All right. Awesome. Thank you all so much for making it through tonight. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Here, here.
Thank you so much. Everybody have a great night.